As I was introduced, my topic is about nutrition, a big topic, that a word, a concept, an idea that we've all spoken about from time to time. But in reality, it seems to me that we haven't been able to find very much consensus about what that word really means. So I want to share with you some of the stuff that I've learned in the last 60 plus years with many students and colleagues and others on this question concerning what is nutrition and what is the right kind of food to eat in order to get the best possible health. In any case, let me start out with a big idea. It's one that has sort of come to me over the years, but I think it's worth saying. Namely, nutrition, when done right, can create more health than all the pills and procedures combined. I know that's a big, startling idea, but I really mean that. If we do it right, if we eat the right food, we get away from drugs, we can be healthy. So there's a problem, basically, and this is the problem I want to address here. Nutrition is not taught in medical schools. There's not a medical school in the United States that properly teaches nutrition, hardly at all in many of them. Secondly, among the 130 or so medical specialties, which is the sort of the procedure by which physicians are reimbursed for services, of the 130 medical specialties that we now have, not one. As I was introduced, my topic is about nutrition, a big topic, that a word, a concept, and what word really means. That we haven't been able to find very much consensus about what that word really means. So I want to share with you some of the stuff that I've learned in the last 60 plus years with many students and colleagues and others on this question concerning what is nutrition and what is the right kind of food to eat in order to get the best possible health. In any case, let me start out with a big idea. It's one that has sort of come to me over the years, but I think it's worth saying. Namely, nutrition, when done right, can create more health than all the pills and procedures combined. I know that's a big, startling idea, but I really mean that. If we do it right, if we eat the right food, we get away from drugs, we can be healthy. So there's a problem, basically, and this is the problem I want to address here. Nutrition is not taught in medical schools. There's not a medical school in the United States that properly teaches nutrition, hardly at all in many of them. Secondly, among the 130 or so medical specialties, which is the sort of the procedure by which physicians are reimbursed for services, of the 130 medical specialties that we now have, not one is called nutrition. So here's a problem. Here are the professionals who are supposed to be offering us their services in the area of health care are not being taught the one subject that is the most important in my view of all. And secondly, even if they did know something about it and they got some training, they're not really going to be able to get reimbursed for services. Therein lies some of the problem with the fact that some people, many people in this country, have difficulty understanding what this question is really all about. And of course, as I mentioned, the public is massively confused. That's one of the reasons. And it needs to be solved because there's so much to offer, actually. It's very difficult to know, quite frankly, and I think you would agree with this, that one of the problems with this issue about confusion, it's very difficult to know for the average person to know whether or not a claim, radio, TV, and conversation, or whatever, it's very difficult to know how valid that claim may be. And I'm sure many of you know that claims are all over the map, quite in contrast with each other. So as I look back over the years that I've been involved in this, I've sort of sorted out a couple of ideas that if we stick to these two ideas alone, we'll get to that sort of land that I'm talking about where so much health can be created. First off, eat whole foods. Whole foods. Not the individual nutrients and food fragments within them. And by that I mean I'm talking about nutrient supplements. We've done a lot of research on nutrient supplements. It's a huge industry, multi-billion dollars a year. 50% of the population uses nutrient supplements as a means to nutrition. I'm not talking about that. Nutrients taken out of food, out of the context, do not do exactly the same thing for the most part that they do when they're in food. And secondly, there are fragments taken out of even plants, incidentally, and I'm referring to plants as a good form of nutrition, even the stuff that's taken out of plants like oil, sugar, if you will, maybe the right kind of food in a sense, but when we take it out and use it separately, we get a different response than what we do, generally speaking, than the whole food. Plants, this is another idea to keep in mind, plants provide all the protein we need. That's somewhere around 8 to 10% of total calories. That turns out, if you look at the literature more carefully, that's enough. We do not need to eat animal foods to get the animal protein. Plants have all the protein we need to have. So it's just those two ideas. Whole food, obviously meaning plants, because they don't need the animal protein, animal foods go along with it. That combination really works. Now, my career started, as I said, many, many years ago, and I happened to come across an idea when I was working with the Philippines, helping to coordinate a national program in feeding malnourished children, where in fact our efforts were intended to actually make sure these children got enough protein, even good quality protein, animal protein if you like. And I saw something that sort of didn't exactly agree with that. I won't get into those details, but it led to this question. Animal-based protein, which was my background, did not look to be as good as it was touted to be. So we organized a study. And so we started looking into this question. Is protein as good as what we think it is, as I had thought it was? Here's one little display of some information among hundreds of things like this. Cancer, we all tend to agree, starts with a gene being mutated. Okay? It's happening more or less all the time in some of our cells. So it starts with a gene mutation, normal cell to a cancer cell. And so as a result of it starting with a gene, if we have cancer genes, we're going to get cancer, right? That leads to sort of some suggestions we should get analyzed for genetic background and this and that. But it's not, cancer is not, in my view, a genetic disease, even though that's the most highly touted maxim, if you will, of the cancer industry. Here's what happened. This is an experimental animal study that we used in much of my career early on. We start with a mutated gene, and we follow the progression of the early cancer over the first 12 weeks. If we fed lower levels of protein, 5%, remember I said that 8 to 10% is fine, is good enough? So if we start with 5%, and we feed the animals who have the mutated gene, the 5% protein, we get no cancer. If we feed them, on the other hand, the higher levels of protein, 20%, we get lots of cancer. So here's a striking difference between 5 and 20%. But then we went to the next question. I wanted to know whether or not, what would happen if we just switched the diet back and forth between 5% and 20%? So starting with 20%, okay, first 3 weeks, the cancers are growing. These are pre-cancerous lesions, if you will. Switching to 5%, it turns it off. 20%, we turned it back on again. 5%, we turned it off. That was striking. At that time, still is today for a lot of people. Because if we assume that cancer is all coming from genes, and if you have the genes, you're going to get cancer maybe. If you don't, you won't, if you will. In this particular case, what we were showing was nutrition was important. So it leads to this idea here. We may have cancer genes, all of us, whether we're born with them or whether they're created during our lifetime, they're sort of hanging around. They remain basically silent until they're nourished. So it puts the onus then on the question concerning nutrition being the cause of cancer, not genetics. You know, we think of nutrition in a very simplistic way. we tend to think of individual nutrients doing their individual things. We value foods according to how much nutrients have this, that, or something else. And so most of our thinking about nutrition is focused on individual nutrients. In reality, it turns out and this is just one thought, it turns out the amount of nutrients we consume, let's say in a spoonful, a cupful, whatever, we can know how much is there in theory, but that has little relationship to how much nutrient there may be at the functional site, wherever that may be in the body. So the amount we're consuming here has almost nothing to do, quantitatively speaking, with the amount that's operating in the functional site, which raises a question. There's a lot going on between here and there. And it's sort of an activity, a biological activity is very, very complex. And then individual nutrients, when they're examined for their activities, generally we think of, and this is the way it tends to get taught, this nutrient causes this response, and here's the mechanism by which it works. That's the way we tend to think, and that's the way, cause and effect relationships often happen. It turns out that in our hands, the protein turned on the cancer. I wanted to know what was the mechanism by which it worked, which enzyme, which transport mechanism, or what have you might be working. That's the basis for the entire drug industry in large measure. If we see something going wrong and we want to solve the problem, we want to know what the mechanism is. So maybe we can make a chemical to block it if we wish, or enhance it, whatever the case may be. It turned out in our hands. The protein caused cancer, but not by one mechanism. Every time we looked for a mechanism, in a sense, we found one. Got up to about 10 or so, and a couple of those mechanisms, not only was the protein turning on the process, it was actually attenuating or minimizing the effect of those processes that tend to protect us. So the high protein diet was actually sort of getting a whole bucket full of mechanisms working together like a symphony to create the response. It was a very exciting idea. Again, it shows some degree of complexity, which I would suggest is really important in this consideration. And then this leads us to the idea that nutrients work best in whole foods, as I mentioned before. They work best in whole foods. You take them out, working with them individually is altogether different, oftentimes. Sometimes they work sort of the way you expect them to do, but it's not necessarily a lifestyle practice. So those three observations there pointed to a different philosophical concept regarding what nutrition is. It's not a function of individual nutrients and adding up these effects. It's all of them basically working together. When we consume the foods, animal-based foods, in order to get all that good protein we've heard so much about, what that tends to do is to displace the consumption of the foods that we otherwise should be consuming. So when we look at the totality of the food effect on various disease processes, it's not just one thing working, be it protein or anything else. It's a combination of that, the presence of those nutrients, as opposed to the lack of those things that are not there. Now we know, we've got good evidence for this, and not generally known. That kind of diet, we've heard from our grandmothers, eat your vegetables and so forth and so on, and prevent future disease. I'm not sure we pay a lot of attention to that, especially when we're young. We'll figure out we're going to get a solution to that problem when it comes. But in reality, now we know, and this is not yet published very well, namely, the kind of diet that actually prevents future problems, when it's done right, actually can be used to treat existing problems. So now we have altogether a new paradigm, if you will. Instead of relying on single chemicals, be they drugs or whatever else, to correct the problem, now we can simply look at this kind of food to start doing it. And it happens very quickly. Within 10 days, 2 weeks or so, you can see remarkable changes occur in our sort of biochemistries, if you will. Once we get to thinking about food as a means of treatment, we're in a different territory. It's something really meaningful in that case, because you can see the results so fast. There's a lot of people now doing this as a result of some of the work we did and some of my colleagues. This is now being tried by people, and many of you here, I think, probably would agree to that. You switch, you've got a problem, you can see the results very quickly without side effects. Why is nutrition not taken seriously by the medical profession? As I said before, it's not. It needs to be taken seriously. Medicine, or the practice of medicine, whether we're doing research or practicing, is what I call reductionist. We're looking at one thing at a time. We're looking at just this disease, not some other disease, just this disease. We're looking at usually just one antidote, this drug, or that nutrient, if you will. And also at the same time, we're thinking about one mechanism at a time. And so medicine is a reductionist process. That's what our system is. It's highly reductionist. And we now know we have a lot of problems with that approach. Things are not working like they should. There's a lot of evidence to show that. It's also very, very expensive. And if we're going to rely on that highly technical sort of philosophy to keep us well, we need third-party care, namely the doctors or others. In contrast, nutrition, when everything is working together, as in a symphony, as I suggested, it turns into working basically comprehensively. It's not working one mechanism. All of these seem to be changed the same way in the same direction to create the same response. That's a very exciting concept. That in turn leads us to just wonder at what kind of foods we eat to get that effect. And that's first-person healthcare. All of a sudden now the locus of control becomes back to us. All we need to do, just do it. And in that way we can actually eliminate a substantial proportion of pharmaceuticals for treatment or other pills and procedures. And finally, I want to ask the question, why is nutrition not taken seriously by the nutrition science community? You probably thought that they are taking it seriously. I'm not sure they are. I've been in that community for, as I say, a very, very long time. We have problems. And the sense is that the problems are largely related to too much corporate interference and control. Whether it's coming in the form of money that may be supplying the funding, which sort of tethers us to that idea, or whether it's coming from our participation with corporate sectors on the outside. Not that we shouldn't, we need to do that. We need to have this relationship. That's not the issue. But the corporate influence is such now that we keep falling back on pills and procedures, looking at things very specifically. And we're losing track. We're not getting the essence of what we can learn from nutrition. So this happens also at the level of policy. I spent about 20 years in national policy development, where we're attempting to translate the latest science into something we can tell the public. And once again, it's a very complex process. But the center of that interaction is, again, falling back on looking at things in a very, very fine way. And so in the whole process, whether practicing medicine, in policy development, or doing research, which we did a lot of that, just focus on one thing at a time, we're losing track of what really matters. And so we're doing that. I would suggest, to use a tough word, our system is corrupted. It's seriously corrupted from top to bottom. And we're all part of it. We're all part of it. And what we really need to do is to do it right and make people well. Because the cost to the society at large is huge. Cost of health care being the highest per capita of any country in the world. Let's redesign nutrition. I call it nutrition renaissance. I'm almost in a position of throwing away what we have done in the past, gather this new idea, and then using it to actually help to explain, basically, cancer. Because I would argue that we are in a position now to take the evidence we now have and just go forward and do that. Thank you very much.
activated. Energy trap prepared.
More left! Three left!
Let's rock and roll. Got one. Nailed it.
Lock down! That's it! Put a bow on it! Now rebuild!
That'll work. Energy collected. Energy trap upgraded. Let's rock and roll.
Time's up. Here they come!
Incoming drone. You lost your fast.
Good shot!
Look, Ma, no face.
Last night, I recited some of the extensive list of the achievements and awards, accomplishments, scientific stuff that our Dr. Campbell has done. So I'm not going to go through that again tonight. You guys know all that. The main thing that's important for you to know is that he's a genius. Please welcome Dr. Colin Campbell.
Thank you, Jeff, for that very warm welcome. Wasn't that a fantastic lecture by Dr. Clapper? He really has a way of sort of curling things up and describing things in a fairly descriptive way, to say the least. I really like his ideas, and I think it would come as no surprise to you that everything I heard him say, I agree with 100%. And it's really nice that, and it's nice in a way that he's able to sort of identify those things that cause so much confusion, I think. And it's really important that we sort of get some clarification, and I think Dr. Clapper did a really good job on that. The one thing that he did say I really liked, could almost be the title for my talk: you can't do one thing. I really like that philosophy, because in biology it's far more than one thing. Things work together, and that's more or less the topic that I want to consider with you. Because our ignoring that idea, both in my field, in experimental research and nutrition and so forth, as well as in the practice of medicine, that idea of assuming that we can do one thing, like A going to B to C to D and so forth and so on, that's been a really serious problem. And it's caused a lot of problems for us through the years. So I want to consider with you some sort of basic science again, and I hope you don't mind my doing this. Talk a little bit about the basic science as I learned it over the years, and came obviously out to the same place that Dr. Clapper is referring to, and others like us. So let me just start out first by talking about what do we think is the definition of contemporary nutrition. When we think about nutrition in a way, it's a topic that, a lot of people want to use that word, and many people have different opinions, of course, but it is a consideration, and that's really what I focus on. Define nutrition in a way in which we can use it that's reliable as far as the underlying biology is concerned. Let's start out with this idea. The public is very confused about nutrition. I think Dr. Clapper's presentation, in fact, illustrated that point. We got so many things that are so arguable, and so we argue all the time. We waste a lot of effort talking about these kind of details, it seems to me. Also, nutrition is not taught in medical schools. I don't know of a single medical school in the United States that really teaches nutrition. Many don't even offer an elective course opportunity, or not even a lecture maybe. I know medical schools that don't even do that. So nutrition is not in medicine, really. It's a serious problem. And so the question I want to pose for your consideration, why not? Why is it not there? I think that I have a feeling for, to some extent, why that's so, from a fairly fundamental, sort of more intellectual point of view that helps us to understand why that's so. Actually, the majority of my lectures in the last 2 or 3 years have been to medical schools. That's really quite exciting. And I'm finding that in the medical schools, they're beginning to warm up to this kind of consideration, this kind of idea. And I'm tickled to death that this is actually the case. That leads me to say something else, too. When I talk about the difficulties we have in this field, whether it's in biological research or in medical practice, I don't want to talk about individuals. I want to talk about the system within which we live that actually tends to lead us to think certain things that, in fact, perhaps we should not. So in any case, it's not taught in medical schools. That's the question I pose. Research funding also is almost non-existent. The National Institutes of Health, which actually funded virtually all of my research over the years, none from industry. The National Institutes of Health is made up of 29, I think the number is 29 right now, 29 different institutes. It's a plural, National Institutes of Health. There's one for cancer, one for heart disease, and so forth and so on. Do you know, of those 29 institutes, there's not one called the Institute of Nutrition. Just stop and think about that. Our leading biomedical research agency in the United States, and I would argue in the entire world, does not give emphasis to nutrition. They'll argue, like the National Cancer Institute, which funded most of my research over the years, they will say, oh, we do some nutrition research, but actually it's only about 2 or 3% of the total budget. And most of the money for that is used to test, has been used to test the effect of individual nutrients. I don't consider that nutrition, that's pharmacology. That's not nutrition. So nutrition is actually missing from the narrative as far as the professional community is concerned, from my perspective. And I think it's really quite a serious problem. Nutrition is shortchanged by that concept I refer to as reductionism, where we basically are looking at one thing at a time. And that's what, in fact, almost has been the definition of science. Good science is that kind of science that actually, quite frankly, practices what I refer to as reductionism. You know, we measure things precisely. We know exactly what we're doing. We control experiments. We do all of this kind of thing that actually focus our attention on the effect of individual nutrients. And so as a result, the emphasis is basically on out-of-context details. And therein, and with a massive amount of detailed information we now have, therein lies the opportunity for people to have various and sundry opinions about a same set of data, if you will. And that, in turn, whatever opinion people tend to have, is largely driven by personal considerations. A lot of bias, depending on our cultural backgrounds and things like this. So this is what we're doing. We're emphasizing out-of-context details, which I refer This is what I refer to as reductionism. You know, we measure things precisely. We know exactly what we're doing. We control experiments. We do all of this kind of thing that actually focus our attention on the effect of individual nutrients. And so as a result, the emphasis is basically on out-of-context details. And therein, and with a massive amount of detailed information we now have, therein lies the opportunity for people to have various and sundry opinions about a same set of data, if you will. And that, in turn, whatever opinion people tend to have, is largely driven by personal considerations. A lot of bias, depending on our cultural backgrounds and things like this. So this is what we're doing. We're emphasizing out-of-context details, which I refer to as the concept of reductionism. Not a new term, not mine, of course. It's been used before by many, many people. I just want to draw your attention to that concept, because it's something that, in fact, I don't think we paid enough attention to. So it basically has to do, reductionism has to do with the activities of individual nutrients, vitamin C, vitamin B, you know, some of the things that Dr. Clapper mentioned too. Individual nutrients, individual explanations for how they work, we refer to them as mechanisms. Individual outcomes, I mean, this disease, that disease, this health event, so forth and so on. So I think you're getting the drift that really nutrition is always so focused. Here, for example, is one way that we do this. You can't read the fine print here, I'm sure, but we make recommendations as to what is good nutrition, what is not. We call this recommended dietary allowances that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, RDAs. I mentioned that briefly yesterday. And so every 5 years, the National Academy of Science, the Institute of Medicine of the National Academy of Science, actually reviews the existing literature for the previous 5 years to see if they have to make some changes. And that's been going on since 1943. So it's a very official kind of activity. Scientists get together, the experts get together, look at the latest information, and come up with to see if, in fact, the recommendations for the intake of specific nutrients is still the same, or do they have something new? Call that RDAs. And here's just the title of one, that reference intake for thiamine, riboflavonoids, so forth and so on. So that's the sort of the root, that's the basis for the scientific determination, in a sense, of what is good nutrition and what is not, all hinging on deciding exactly how much we need of each of these individual nutrients. We translate that in turn into food labeling. Now this food labeling here is a little simpler than what it used to be, but it's still pretty complicated in many cases. Again, the labeling is focused on one thing at a time. I was actually on the expert panel that revised this consideration about 20 years ago. So I was arguing, I didn't say do away with labels, but I just wanted to say, there's peaches in this jar, or there's strawberries, or something like that, without saying too much more. Because the labeling, I know there's some value for labeling, and my wife argues with me, says she wants to see something on there, but when she's shopping. But my point is we need to kind of keep it simple. Don't get over-exercised about looking at the detailed numbers on there. But keep in mind that the information that's on there largely directs our attention to specific nutrients, and we buy this one instead of that one because of this number is better than that number. So you take that with some measure of, I was going to say some measure of salt, but that's not a very good idea. So now let's look again at another way of that we talk about individual nutrients. Here's just a sort of little table of the amounts of vitamin C in some different foods. And you can see the numbers on there. I mean, I guess I hope you can see the numbers. They come out to 3 significant figures in these cases, as if that third significant figure makes a difference. So they're ranked. We rank these foods. That's what's been done by the USDA, to rank the foods as to how much vitamin C it has. People look at that. You may have done it yourself. You look at that, oh, this food's got more vitamin C than this food, as if it is important. I would suggest that here is papaya, 185 milligrams of vitamin C. I'd like to ask the question, is 184, 183 not as good as 185? I mean, maybe, I don't know. Or is it really better than, let's say, some way down the line here with broccoli at 101? Is 183 really higher than 101? It is numerically, of course. But is there really a difference between these foods as far as the vitamin C content is concerned? You'll get my drift in a moment when we look at this a little more carefully. Now, I want to give you a couple of examples of how so-called reductionism has cost us hundreds of billions of dollars, if not more. And is this the source? This is largely the source, I'm going to argue, that has to do with the problems we have, in fact, with the healthcare costs. And the fact that let me leave that just for a moment. Here, I got 2 examples. I could choose 100, or hundreds, I should say, almost at this point in time, looking back historically at some of the mistakes we've made in science. Or I should say, more appropriately, the mistakes, the way science gets interpreted into the marketplace. So these 2 examples are just two, keep that in mind. But I chose these 2 because they do have some relevance and some history that's kind of interesting to make my point. Beta-carotene, you know beta-carotene, I think. It's the pro-vitamin A, so it's said. It's a pro-vitamin A. The real vitamin A is a derivative called retinol, and various chemical derivatives like retinoic acid and retinal and so forth and so on. So and that's called the real vitamin A. And it's also said, I might add for your consideration, that it's always been said we need this much vitamin A. Well, first off, I have to suggest that vitamin A, the retinol part, that's not a vitamin. Vitamin is something we have to consume because we can't make it. We can make retinol. How? We consume the real vitamin, which is beta-carotene. Beta-carotene is a real vitamin, and some other similar related carotenoids, if you will, that gets converted by our bodies according to the body's infinite wisdom to how much vitamin A we want. So there's nomenclature here involved that really turns out to be quite interesting and quite frankly, a little bit misleading. But enough said about beta-carotene. Let me tell you just a little story here that occurred starting in the late 70s, early 80s. And I knew, in fact, several of these authors we talked about at the time, but somehow it didn't quite register. Beta-carotene is an excellent antioxidant, as many of you may know. It's like vitamin C, except vitamin C is water-soluble and beta-carotene is fat-soluble. But in any case, we got these things in plants that are really good antioxidants. So antioxidants, by definition, are those kind of chemicals that actually destroy, among other things, they destroy the so-called oxygen-free radicals. which are very reactive kinds of materials. They have a role in biology, but when our body produces an excess of oxygen-free radicals, it tends to increase aging. It tends to increase cancer. It tends to play a role in heart disease. So oxygen-free radicals is sort of like rusting. You know, if we have too much oxygen-free radicals, we get more rusting. It's that simple. Antioxidants are those things that kind of stop that, inhibit it, block it, whatever. So beta-carotene is a good one. It's an excellent antioxidant. We've known that since the 1960s. So oxygen-free radicals, for example, that are produced, here's a classic example, is produced during smoking, when we inhale smoke, you know, full of chemicals, as you know, of course. It tends to increase the production of oxygen-free radicals, which in turn plays a role in our getting lung cancer. That's part of the hazards of smoking. The production of oxygen-free, one of the mechanisms by which we actually have problems. So there's two ideas. Beta-carotene destroys these oxygen-free radicals. They in turn promote lung cancer. Wow, perfect. What we need to do, since we know that kind of information, now we're going to give some beta-carotene, you know, to smokers, let's say, and reduce the risk of getting lung cancer. And in fact, there were human studies that were done during the 60s and 70s comparing the consumption of beta-carotene-rich foods with the risk of getting lung cancer. And it turned out that when you look at this kind of information, those individuals consuming the most beta-carotene-rich vegetables, if you will, those consuming the most beta-carotene, they had lower risk of lung cancer, even though they were smoking. So it kind of fit the bill. Everything is kind of sort of resonating, working together here, those three ideas. That in turn said, okay, let's do a study. Let's do a study, giving some beta-carotene to people, and that should really help. This was at the beginning of the, quite frankly, at the beginning of the vitamin supplement industry. And I personally got involved in some of that at the very beginning because the vitamin supplement industry really got its toehold in our society in the middle of 1980s. In the middle of 1980s, when they, in fact, spending a lot of money, seeing a great opportunity, took advantage of an article that I had written, co-authored at least for the National Academy of Science, on diet, nutrition, cancer. We said in that report, and that was the first one that concerned the relationship of diet and cancer, we said it was a good idea to eat vegetables and fruits and low-fat diets. Made a lot of news, and we said the reason for that is because vegetables have all these good things in it, including antioxidants and so forth and so on. We explicitly said in the executive summary, this does not apply to individual nutrients. This is 1982. But the industry looked at that and ignored what we said. They just threw it to the wind, and they wanted to be able to advertise these antioxidants in pill form and other nutrients in pill form in order to prevent cancer. That's what they did. The National Academy of Science then asked the Federal Trade Commission to take the industry to court. And they sued them and said they were making false claims because they were making big claims in major magazines. And I was the one who was asked to be the chief witness on the stand at the time, countering the claims that they were making. So I kind of get it on the ground floor to see, you know, how does this work? How does science get translated? So all of this, and beta-carotene was the first one that they wanted to choose. We're going to take beta-carotene, and they had in mind of making a big industry at the time. So here's the study that was done, one of the first. It was repeated at least 2 more times, if not 3 or 4, depending on how we count them. Here's a study that was done, actually, joint study between US and Finnish scientists, funded by the National Cancer Institute. It kind of went out with some fanfare, a very exciting possibility to see what might happen. They had 29,000 male smokers, and they followed them up after they started the study. They followed them up for 5 to 8 years, looking and expected to see that those who had more beta-carotene intake would have less lung cancer. And it turned out at the end of the study, the food beta-carotene, that's the beta-carotene in the food, and there's ways of estimating how much they were consuming, of course. The food beta-carotene was associated with a decrease in lung cancer of about 19%. Not a big change, but it's significant. It certainly was statistically significant. So the more beta-carotene consumed in the form of carrots and all this kind of stuff, the lower was the risk of lung cancer cases occurring. However, when they gave the supplement beta-carotene, more or less the same amount, calculated at that level, the beta-carotene actually increased lung cancer. Boy, wasn't that a conundrum? I remember the howl that went up in the press, in the scientific community and the medical community, especially in the industry, everybody accusing everybody else of dishonesty and fraud and on and on and on. It was really a Donnybrook, actually, when this information came out. Nobody wanted to believe that. How could that possibly be? Beta-carotene, this good stuff, put in this pill, actually having the opposite effect of actually increasing lung cancer. So it became really quite a celebrated case. Also, beta-carotene, not by much, but certainly significant, because big study. The beta-carotene actually increased all-cause mortality, total mortality. Beta-carotene, this good stuff doing that bad thing. So that really raised a serious question about what in the world is going on here. Since then, there's been lots of studies done on some of the individual nutrients. Dr. Clapper referred to that, incidentally, too. He had a couple of on here that I didn't have. But in any case, here's the publications. Here's some other nutrient supplements. Vitamin E increases hemorrhagic stroke by 74%. And here it was being taken. In fact, the Harvard researchers, my friends at Harvard, used to say, if there was one thing that they wanted to advise people to do, take vitamin E, because they're taking vitamin E supplements. That's Harvard. We're Cornell. They're Harvard. They make mistakes all the time, but anyhow, that's what they're advising. And so, the study was done, and vitamin E increases hemorrhagic stroke by 74%. Isn't that a shocker? Calcium and vitamin D has been shown in some studies to actually increase heart disease events. Calcium and vitamin D? I mean, isn't that kind of weird? I mean, a lot of studies show no effect, if you will, but some studies have a tendency to actually increase heart disease risk. Vitamin E increases the risk of prostate cancer by 17% as well. So, and now I should tell you, there's quite a lot of studies after some 20, 25 years since that all started. Quite a lot of studies now showing that these supplements, these nutrient supplements, are not doing what they were intended to do. In spite of the fact that 40 to 50% of adults in this country are consuming multivitamin supplements. It's a big deal. It's a major industry. It's an $11 billion industry a year. It keeps on going right down the track, in spite of the information that this kind of has been showing. So now, just give you just quickly a summary of some of the studies that actually have been published in recent years. I want to make a point here about this, that some of the studies that have been done in recent years, sort of summarizing all these results from many different studies. And here's one having 67 randomized trials, a total of a big number, 250,000 people, summarizing all the results. And here's what that report said. And I should say, the investigators of this particular report were inclined to want to find a beneficial effect of vitamins. So I think it's a really reliable and reasonably honest statement. They said, and conservative in a sense, there's no evidence to support antioxidant supplements to prevent mortality in healthy people or patients with various diseases. That's a pretty strong statement right up front in the summary part. Beta-carotene, vitamin A, vitamin E significantly increase mortality. So then there was another one. And here's one that might catch your attention in a little more, in a more interesting way. It's omega-3 fats. Everybody wants to know about omega-3 fats. We're going to do good things for that, for sure, because there's some evidence, like beta-carotene, if we get more exposure to omega-3, so the story goes, we have lower risk for heart disease and a few other things that they seem to dream up. So here's basically 89 studies, a couple different kinds of study designs, randomized clinical trials and cohort studies, and you can see about 600,000 subjects. I think you'd agree, that's a massive amount of information. A lot of money being spent to investigate this. So omega-3 fats do not have a clear effect on total mortality, combined cardiovascular events, or cancer. They're using conservative language here. There's a very august body trying to be, not being outrageous about saying things, and this is what they said. But they also said, although not statistically significant, clinically important harm through cancer, increased cancer risk could not be excluded. The data suggested they showed an increase. When you look at omega-3 fats, if anything, cancer risk goes up. If anything, it goes up. So far, it hasn't proven to be significant, but sure, it's not going down. And if there's any effect at all, it could well be associated with an increase in cancer risk. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact this was published in 2006. 2006. The last one was 2008. What is this, 2013 now? 7 years later. And you have a lot of people telling you about you taking omega-3 supplements and telling you all these wonderful things. You bring this to their attention, they want to dismiss it. I mean, this is a massive amount of studies and a lot of details showing this kind of effect. For some reason, it really seems to, I mean, regardless of what science does and how they summarize it and publish it, if you will, it seems to take a long time before it really reaches the public. Somehow we sort of miss out on that. Here's another one on omega-3 fats, either obtained from fish, in respect to type 2 diabetes, and again, it's 2009, 4 years ago, when all this was summarized. Here we have almost 10,000 cases of diabetes. That's a lot. That's a big study, too. Or all told, about 3 million person years of follow-up time. Again, a massive amount of information. You've got to take it seriously. And so what we saw in this, or what they concluded from these studies, was that as we increase omega-3 consumption from the baseline, let's say from the lowest level, give that 1, the next highest level, 5% up, then 17% up, then 24% up. It's a nice dose-response relationship. The higher the omega-3 concentration or consumption, we actually see this remarkably and highly significant increase in type 2 diabetes. Omega-3 being associated with more type 2 diabetes? When it's said maybe it should be doing the reverse. Fish intake even has, in this particular summary of lots of stuff, had a 22% higher risk for diabetes when people consuming 5 servings a week are compared to some people consuming less than 1 serving a week. So again, here's the evidence on omega-3 fats. What do you do with this? I mean, this is pretty important, I think. Yet we're being just barraged with public information. And much of it, unfortunately, comes from the medical community that maybe it's okay, maybe it's a good idea. But this information here will not go away. I mean, there's a massive amount of information that has been developed. 2009, of course. So anyhow, I think the industry would like very much for us to think of having food this way. 2009, of course. So anyhow, I think the industry would like very much for us to think of having food this way for the future. I don't know, it's just a possibility. So that's beta-carotene. Now I say I could make so many statements about our beta-carotene and individual nutrient supplements. This one way where we focus on one thing at a time, one property, make some conclusions, but when you actually test it, it doesn't work. This has been largely, in fact, the activity of science. Now here's another one. This one goes back many years. And to discuss this particular point here is a little bit complex, and I hope you can bear with me. I hope I can articulate it the right way. But it's really important, and I wanted to show it because it is one having to do with the way we have tended to think for decades about dietary fat, high-fat foods, low-fat foods, stuff like that. Back in the 1950s, 60s or so, there was a fellow professor at University of Minnesota by the name of Ansel Keys, who found in the so-called 7-country study that you may have heard about, that the higher the fat concentration of the diet, the higher was the risk for heart disease. A little later on, it found, too, that the higher the fat intake, the higher the risk it seemed for some cancers, maybe, too. But that observation in the late 50s, early 60s, by Ansel Keys, higher fat diets, more heart disease. Particularly, it was said it was a saturated fat that's commonly found in animal foods that led to increases in heart disease, okay? Total fat, saturated fat, and even cholesterol. The higher the cholesterol consumption, more heart disease. You've heard that story. It's part of our narrative. It's part of our brain And we don't even question it. High fat, high saturated fat, more heart disease. Well, finally in 1975, a friend of mine, the late Ken Carroll, really a brilliant scientist, I think, for his time, pulled together some data and published it in a rather more impressive way. In this case, comparing total fat intake with breast cancer risk in different countries. Saw the same thing that Ansel Keys had said, really, for heart disease. And also there were similar studies for colon cancer, like breast cancer, like heart disease. And we saw the same thing. And I think you would agree here, that's pretty impressive when you compare a bunch of different countries with different levels of fat consumption from the diet compared to the risk of breast cancer. That's pretty impressive. I talked to Ken about this. He had the original data. And I played with it a little more with his permission. He agreed with this. So some of this is mine, some of this is his. One of the things I wanted to do was to draw a best fit line through that information, the so-called regression line. And something interesting came out. Look at that line. I mean, it's science to see something better than that. You almost never do. That's really impressive. The higher the fat consumption, the higher the breast cancer risk. Don't consume high-fat diets. That's the story. The public responded in a massive way. We used to think whole milk was okay. Then we got to 2% milk and 1% milk and skim milk. Skim milk was the best thing, right? And that was coming out in the late 60s, early 70s. People stopped consuming lard and butter massively. It dropped precipitously. And they started consuming the oils of plants. That was said to be better. Corn oil, lesson oil, and things like that. And that's when that industry started picking up speed, because the plant oils were said not to have this relationship. And so everybody was using plant oils. But you know, you couldn't spread corn oil on the bread very well. So what they did, they bubbled hydrogen through it, converted these polyunsaturates into plant oils over to a more saturated form so that it could be solid at room temperature. And then you could spread it, and then we had margarine. So what I'm talking about here is a really a major development in the public mindset and the practice in the industry. When it started out, first, just a simple plot of heart disease, a higher fat intake associated with these diseases, particularly saturated fat associated with more disease. Unsaturated fat, present in plant oils, for example, were said to be good. So this arose in our mind. Polyunsaturates from plants are good, saturated fats from animals are bad. So coming back to this line here that's drawn, there's something technical I want to show you. That line comes down through here, and if we take it theoretically, let's look at it a little more carefully, it crosses a line down here. What this is sort of saying, there's a threshold here. What this is saying is that theoretically, we could consume up to about, 6-7% total fat in our diet, and we would not expect to see any breast cancer. The same thing sort of true for heart disease and colon cancer. And I'm sort of interpreting things here a little bit closely, but it turns out that incidentally, that's about the amount of fat in the diet is quite nicely. It works quite well. We don't need more than about 6-7% fat. We're actually, as you may know, we're at 35%, 40%. So we don't need much fat in our diet, really. That's the level that we see, theoretically at least, no disease. Now, I wanted to know too, and I was asking Ken this at the time when we first started talking about this, what did he have any data on plant fat and animal fat, kind of breaking them apart? We knew what total fat looked like. So here's for plant fat. For the same countries, same data set, you don't see any relationship. It doesn't seem to make a whole lot of difference how much plant fat we're consuming in theory. It makes some difference, but, and I'll come back to that, it's a little bit complicated, but in any case, plant oils, or plant fat, if you will, did not seem to have that relationship. So no association of plant fat, which is the polyunsaturated fats, with heart disease, okay? Animal fat, look at that. That's where the original line for total fat came from. That line that I showed you previously for total fat really is attributed to the consumption of animal fat. So that made a mark on the public consciousness. Certainly don't eat fatty animal foods. That played out incidentally on the farm. When I was growing up, in fact, I know when it came along, we were measuring milk content by the fat. We were measuring milk quality by its fat content on the farm. And that's why we bred animals, that's why we sold milk. The more fat, the better. And so when this came out, all of a sudden people were talking about low-fat milk, skim milk, stuff like that. We thought people were crazy to say such a thing because the whole-fat milk was supposed to be the best. But there was a big shift in the public mindset about going from whole-fat foods and milk in particular to low-fat. That was supposed to be good. Okay, in any case, this just shows, here we see that line. So the association with animal fat, there's no threshold. What they're saying, if we look at this literally, as soon as we put a little bit of animal fat in the diet, we start to see the disease. So here everything so far is kind of falling in place. Things that you probably have heard before. But in that whole exercise, now I'm going to go back to the original chart. In that whole exercise here, we see this nice relationship. There was a thing that wasn't discussed very much, if at all. And this number here comes from a different kind of study, a really big international study that by some friends at Oxford University of mine, who showed, for in fact, that the correlation between animal fat, or total fat in this case, the correlation between total fat and animal protein is almost perfect. I mean, 94% correlation is just about it. So when that first paper came out and said, you know, total fat related to breast cancer, it could just as well be a correlation for animal protein intake. So in the first instance, they focused on fat. That's what got the public. They did not focus on the thing that could easily be animal protein. So animal protein got kind of sidetracked because we don't talk about animal protein that way. Animal protein is important. Just to come back to that particular point. More to the point, the animal protein relationship with fat is really a reflection of animal food intake. And this is a part of history that, quite frankly, fell through the cracks. There's this relationship that was focused on fat that caused all this change in our eating patterns actually was a reflection of animal food intake as much as anything else, and more so. But that story was really never told. It was surmised to some extent, but really wasn't explained, it wasn't told, it wasn't emphasized, so people tended not to know about all of that. Oh, that color doesn't show up, something good. But here, I want to just draw your attention to a kind of interesting way to look at this data. Let's go back to this chart again here. We see this threshold is. And what we're saying theoretically is maybe 6 or 7% fat is okay, it's good. It turns out that's the level of fat we generally get in whole food plant-based diets. That's what we generally tend to get. Nice to know the inflection here, in this case, to show an animal protein, if you will, but that shape of that curve. So whole food plant-based diet takes care of our fat needs, just like it takes care of our protein needs that I showed you from an entirely different sort of kind of analysis from the laboratory. And animal protein intake is what actually triggers all of this going up this way, or animal food. So all of a sudden now we have a convergence of a couple of different graphs, going like this and up like that. We can see it for fat, we can see it for protein, all focused on animal food. We can see the same thing for some beta carotene and stuff in plants, except it goes like that and like that. So all of a sudden this threshold concept, that point, was really telling us something really important, making a real distinction between animal and plant-based foods. And so that's what I showed previously, yesterday, that for protein, you get up to about 10% or so. That's enough provided by plant-based foods. You go beyond as animal-based foods. So, you know, the evidence is coming together in a piecemeal fashion, first on fat, and then on protein, and I could tell you a lot more about saturated fat and polyunsaturated fat. It all started to come together into one sort of story, beautiful story, that was really, really convincing from my perspective at least. So it comes to a point where what has contemporary nutrition meant? Just a couple of ideas here. And I think these two things, as I look back over the history of the last, I feel like I'm part of history, almost been around long enough. I don't know whether I want to admit that, but anyhow. So there's a couple of couple of ideas that I think have really dominated our thinking in this field, both among professionals and the public. There's no difference, really. I mean, professionals don't get training in this area, so what's the difference? So, contemporary nutrition, the way we think about it, as I say, to some extent unconsciously, but also consciously, we've been overemphasizing protein consumption. And that has meant, for most people, mean meat. Because when protein was first discovered way back in 1839, it was found that came from meat. So we've had that in our consciousness for almost 200 years. That protein means meat. Protein means meat. That's it. Well, we know now proteins in plants, and so it really led us down to the path in a very strange way. The other thing is that this thought is this idea that nutrients act independently. So we study them independently. We study each one nutrient. And I say that's the best of science. That's the science that gets funded. I know well this because I was actually on panels that actually determined among the proposals that were being submitted by my colleagues. We were doing this for the National Institutes of Health. We were the ones that actually determined which grants get the highest priority and which ones get funded. And there was a statement we used to say, or was said at the time, if somebody came in and looked at a bunch of stuff and a bunch of data, we called it a fishing expedition and never got funded. Or was it called maybe sometimes a shotgun approach, to things. So that was considered bad science. I'll make this point. That's considered bad science when I look at the complexities of things. Good science is focused on one thing at a time. It was a really important distinction here. So it was very pervasive in the research committee. It became also pervasive in the medical practice community as well. Now I want to just share with you something new that I find that I think can help us to get us out of this rut, out of this swamp that we've been in, was creating this massive amounts of information that oftentimes gets so confusing and leads to so many different ideas. Just want to take this little schematic, this little tour with you on what happens to nutrients when we consume them. First off, they're digested, go in the intestinal tract, and what that basically means is in our intestine, the nutrients are kind of being disaggregated or separated from the food, releasing them so they can get absorbed. The percent that gets digested of it, you could take almost any individual nutrient and show this to be true. The percent of an individual nutrient that actually gets digested can vary by 2 or 3 or 4-fold at any moment in time. I mean, that's a big range. It's not a finite number. It changes according to the conditions. It's really kind of interesting. So whatever is digested, released into the intestinal tract so it gets absorbed, whatever it is, then it gets absorbed. And the percent that actually gets absorbed, that too varies a lot. It varies a lot. The body decides, I want this much, leave the rest go out, picks out. In other words, that can vary by at least a couple folds, 3-fold or something like that. So here's one variation in the first instance, added to a second variation, now where we're getting to. Can we really tell what percent of a nutrient actually gets into the bloodstream at a moment in time? But then it gets transported in the blood. And some things actually get transported in a free form. They just data. Let's go back to this chart again here. We see this threshold is. And what we're saying theoretically is maybe 6 or 7% fat is okay, it's good. It turns out that's the level of fat we generally get in whole food plant-based diets. That's what we generally get. Nice to know the inflection here, in this case, is showing animal protein, if you will, but that shape of that curve. So whole food plant-based diet takes care of our fat needs, just like it takes care of our protein needs that I showed you from an entirely different sort of kind of analysis from the laboratory. And animal protein intake is what actually triggers all of this going up this way, or animal food. So all of a sudden now we have a convergence of a couple of different graphs, going like this and up like that. We can see it for fat, we can see it for protein, all focused on animal food. We can see the same thing for some beta carotene and stuff in plants, except it goes like that and like that. So all of a sudden, this threshold concept, that point, was really telling us something really important, making a real distinction between animal and plant-based foods. And so that's what I showed previously, yesterday, that for protein, you get up to about 10% or so. That's enough provided by plant-based foods. You go beyond as animal-based foods. So, you know, the evidence is coming together in a piecemeal fashion, first on fat, and then on protein, and I could tell you a lot more about saturated fat and polyunsaturated fat. It all started to come together into one sort of story, beautiful story, that was really, really convincing from my perspective at least. So it comes to a point where what has contemporary nutrition meant? Just a couple of ideas here. And I think these two things, as I look back over the history of the last, I feel like I'm part of history, almost been around long enough. I don't know whether I want to admit that, but anyhow. So there's a couple of ideas that I think have really dominated our thinking in this field, both among professionals and the public. There's no difference, really. I mean, professionals don't get training in this area, you know, so what's the difference? So contemporary nutrition, the way we think about it, as I say, to some thinking, that's what I showed previously, yesterday, that for protein, you get up to about 10% or so. That's enough provided by plant-based foods. You go beyond as animal-based foods. So, you know, the evidence is coming together in a piecemeal fashion, first on fat, and then on protein, and I could tell you a lot more about saturated fat and polyunsaturated fat. It all started to come together into one sort of story, beautiful story, that was really, really convincing from my perspective at least. So it comes to a point where what has contemporary nutrition meant? Just a couple of ideas here. And I think these two things, as I look back over the history of the last, I feel like I'm part of history, almost been around long enough. I don't know whether I want to admit that, but anyhow. So there's a couple of ideas that I think have really dominated our thinking in this field, both among professionals and the public. There's no difference, really. I mean, professionals don't get training in this area, you know, so what's the difference? So contemporary nutrition field, both among professionals and the public, there's no difference, really. I mean, professionals don't get training in this area, you know, so what's the difference? So contemporary nutrition, the way we think about it, as I say, to some extent unconsciously, but also consciously, we've been overemphasizing protein consumption. And that has meant, for most people, mean meat, because when protein was first discovered way back in 1839, it was found that came from meat. So we've had that in our consciousness for almost 200 years. That protein means meat. Protein means meat. That's it. Well, we know now proteins in plants, and so it really led us down to the path in a very strange way. The other thing is that this thought is this idea that nutrients act independently. So we study them independently. We study each one nutrient, and I say that's the best of science. That's the science that gets funded. I know well this because I was actually on panels that actually determined among the proposals that were being submitted by my colleagues. We were doing this for the National Institutes of Health. We were the ones that actually determined which grants get the highest priority and which ones get funded. And there was a statement we used to say, or was said at the time, if somebody came in and looked at a bunch of stuff and a bunch of data, we called it a fishing expedition and never got funded. Or was it called maybe sometimes a shotgun approach, you know, to things. So that was considered bad science. I'll make this point. That's considered bad science when I look at the complexities of things. Good science is focused on one thing at a time. It was a really important distinction here. So it was very pervasive in the research committee. It became also pervasive in the medical practice community as well. Now I want to just share with you something new that I find that I think can help us to get us out of this rut, out of this, in a sense, out of this swamp that we've been in, was creating this massive amounts of information that oftentimes gets so confusing and leads to so many different ideas. Just going to take this little schematic, this little tour with you on what happens to nutrients when we consume them. First off, they're digested, go in the intestinal tract, and what that basically means is in our intestine, the nutrients are kind of being disaggregated or separated from the food, releasing them so they can get absorbed. The percent that gets digested of it, you could take almost any individual nutrient and show this to be true. The percent of an individual nutrient that actually gets digested can vary by 2 or 3 or 4 folds at any moment in time. I mean, that's a big range. It's not a finite number. It changes according to the conditions. It's really kind of interesting. So whatever is digested, released into the intestinal tract so it gets absorbed, whatever is, then it gets absorbed. And the percent that actually gets absorbed, that too varies a lot. It varies a lot. The body decides, I want this much, leave the rest go out, picks out. In other words, that can vary by at least a couple of folds, 3-fold or something like that. So here's one variation in the first instance, added to a second variation, now where we're getting to. Can we really tell what percent of a nutrient actually gets into the bloodstream at a moment in time? But then it gets transported in the blood. And some things actually get transported in a free form. These nutrients can act now, right now. Beta carotene is one of them. But some of them actually get carried on a carrier, in which case they're inactive. So we got 2 forms of transport in the blood. We got an active form, we got an inactive form. So the body decides what percent is active and what percent is inactive. Now we're piling on a third stage, we're piling on yet more variation in theory. Then the body decides where it's going to send it, which organ, liver, pancreas, lung, whatever. Here's another decision. Somehow, somebody in our body, or somehow our body's intrinsically and is an infinite wisdom is choosing how much to go here, how much to go there. Again, that's another level of complexity that's hard to comprehend. Finally, it gets into our cells. Inside the cells, that's when, if you think this is complex by now, imagine what happens inside of a cell. It's explosive. Because these nutrients can get metabolized to form a whole host of different kinds of metabolites in some cases, at different rates, depending on what each of these metabolites actually do inside the cell. So again, the complexity is building. We're not even now able to comprehend. In a sense, what's the relationship between how much nutrient we have on the end of our fork compared to how much is actually being delivered to our tissues. Some of it gets stored. The amount gets stored compared to the amount that gets used. That varies too. And of course, some of it gets excreted. Now my point is this. If you stop and think about the numbers of that, you can actually find these data, you can look at the variation that occurs, the variance, I should say, that occurs, the range of concentrations that actually occurs. It turns out the body adjusts the amount of nutrient passing through each stage. Isn't that an interesting idea? And we know a lot about these mechanisms. We don't think about them the right way, I must confess. But we know that the body has mechanisms in the intestinal wall. It has mechanisms to kind of adjust things. And it's done it in a way in which it results in what we call homeostasis. So the body is always working to create whatever is the ideal level that it needs at that point in time. But the body is always adjusting the amount of nutrient passing through each stage. It's amazing. I mean, you have to kind of think about that a little bit to realize how significant that is. And there's no way, at least to this, there's no way to know the amount of nutrient at the functional site. We can't tell that. There's no relationship, essentially no relationship, at least in our minds. There's no relationship between the amount that's in the food in the first place and the amount that's functioning at the level that it needs to function. That's a huge level of assumptions based on very reductionist kinds of thinking, measuring things very precisely. It's a waste of time almost. It's almost a total waste of time. That we're trying to make something definite that is indefinite in many ways. And so who's created this indefinite sort of nature of things? That is nature. That is nature. The body in its infinite wisdom is doing this, is deciding at any moment in time, and this can be within seconds, microseconds. The body's deciding how much I want to go here, how much there, I want to convert this or that. The body's doing this all the time. We know the qualitative mechanism, physical mechanism at work. We don't stop and think about what this means in terms of actual numbers that we all get wrapped up in. So that's nutrition. That's nutrition. It's not a reductionist science, even though we try to make it a reductionist science. It's not. And it creates enormous confusion. I've got to come back to this concept of the infinite wisdom of the body to operate. That's what we need to recognize. I want to come back to that idea in a moment. But before doing so, let me mention medicine. The practice of medicine, Western medicine, if you will, is focused on the idea of reductionism once again. They even take it a step further and make it even worse, to be honest about it. Reductionism in medicine basically is encouraged by people deciding which exactly disease has been diagnosed. So we have an ICD code, or which procedure is going to be used, the CPT codes, if you will. That's for, I mean, this serves a purpose, by the way. I don't want to tear it down completely, but it basically encourages us to think about one thing, one disease, one procedure, one this, one that. And the standard of care in medical practice is still a good idea. I don't want to challenge that. But what it's doing is basically structuring our thinking in very narrowly ways. It makes us think in silos. You know, we got this idea for this, and we got this idea for this, and this idea for that, and we'll measure it exactly, and we'll be scientific about it, which is nonsense itself for the most part. So we get trapped in this concept of reductionism. And here's just some examples here. I mean, in medicine, for example, let's talk about that, or medicinal biology. We think about cancers being caused by specific carcinogens. That is really, quite frankly, way off the mark. We think about specific genes being involved, and so we identify which genes. The whole genetic thing, as you know, has exploded. Now, you know, science wants to find every gene, what it does, and we're going to change that gene, and we're going to do this, or we're going to do that. And I've been a fairly strong critic of that whole approach to genetic engineering, if you will, and it's at the base of a lot of our thinking. We tend to think in such simplistic ways of identifying which of the 25,000 genes does what. It's such a silly idea. And I'm going to come back. You're hearing me sort of tear down reductionism and science. I'm going to come back and tell you there's a place for it, but we're not using it that way. So we have specific biomarkers like blood cholesterol is related to heart disease. Yeah, it sort of is. In population studies, blood sugar is related to, you know, diabetes risk. Yes, it sort of is. And we have specific diseases, as I said, identified by their codes. And so this all encourages the discovery and use of specific drugs. That's the new layer. We think in this way. If we can identify which mechanism causes which disease, which rate-limiting mechanism, then we can make a chemical. We can find a chemical to stop it. That is the ultimate in reductionist thinking. And so virtually all the chemicals we find that might be useful in the short run, you know, most of all of them come from plants, interestingly. But we can't make those chemicals into products that make us money because you can't patent it. So now we bring into question concerning intellectual property protection. We take the chemicals out of plants, we find, oh, this is pretty good. This pushes down cholesterol levels. This is kind of neat. But we can't take the original material, really. We have to make a derivative, a chemical derivative of it. Now it's labeled a drug. So the drug industry, in fact, is resting on the idea that we have all these synthetic foreign chemicals being taken to do various and sundry things that we see in the initial stages as being somewhat helpful. We see that, and we keep on taking them. In that context, when we have this enormous degree of complexity, especially when we use one thing that's a foreign to the body, which requires detoxification, all kinds of things. When we think of it that way, then it's so obvious that every single drug that's ever going to be invented and every one that has been invented has side effects. Every drug has side effects. because we can't just predict just one thing. Yeah, we can get a lot of information, predict one thing like that, but it has all these side effects because in a complex system, the effect tends to ripple out, involving different kinds of mechanisms. So we got, all these side effects, quite frankly. The body, now maybe I can bring this concept in right now. I have basically become impressed with the idea that our body has an infinite wisdom to choose what it wants at any moment in time. And it does it, I say, on a second-by-second basis, on a microsecond, nanosecond basis, to decide every moment in time what to do with what. In that context, the body is always trying to create health. That's a given. That's a fundamental law. The body is always trying to create health. Even when we assault our bodies with all kinds of stuff, as Dr. Copper pointed out, we assault ourselves with stuff that we don't need and we have to get rid of it and the body does this and does that. But basically, the body is intrinsically, the default position of the body is to try to create health. All we need to do, get our heads out of the way for one thing, and just choose the kind of food that provides the kind of things to basically optimize the body's ability to be able to do these kinds of things. We'll show you just a little bit about a cell. I really got fascinated with this concept actually many years ago because at that time we were focused on working on reactions inside the cell as a means of trying to understand something about cancer, I should say, or particularly trying to understand how chemicals might cause cancer. And so let me just share with you something about the cell, because I find this here. Here's the world. Here is the world. This is where all of a sudden what I just said really begins to make sense. It's nature, in a sense, glorified. Here's the cell with all this three-dimensional structure, obviously. Got all these different parts in here, the nucleus and centrioles and structure, obviously. Got all these different parts in here, the nucleus and centrioles and microsomes and lysosomes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All these. We talk about these things all the time. You see them in the press. This subcellular component or particle does this and does that and so forth and so on. Some truth in all of that, of course. They have different chores. But the point is that these things are all kind of working together in a synergistic and sort of almost symphonic way. And let's look at the cells for a moment. We're said to have between 10 and 100 trillion cells in our body. I haven't met the guy yet who actually counted those, but anyhow, somewhere in that territory. Somewhere it's a big number. It's beyond our comprehension. We've got a lot of cells in there operating simultaneously. Each cell, not visible, can't see with the naked eye, can easily sit on the head of a pin. Think about that. Every cell, you can't see it. But here it is, got all the stuff in here. Isn't that a lot of stuff going on that you can't see? The DNA in the nucleus for a single cell, if you stretch out this long chain, amounts to a chain length of about 1.8 miles. In this cell you can't see. Think about that. And then you look at the chain of this DNA chain, the double helix, and all these bases along here. There's infinite possibilities and combinations of the order in which these are all strung along this that makes genes. Each of us have our own set of genes. And so, in turn, that's the basis for starting the biological sequence or cascade that results in disease events. So right there, look at those numbers. I mean, I could show you many other numbers. It's all quite exciting. Here's the DNA molecule. As I say, the DNA chain length per cell is 1.8 miles, each cell of which can sit comfortably on the head of a pin. Okay, the DNA chain length per human is around 70 round trips to the sun. Can you imagine that? Now we're out in the territory we can't even begin to think about it. It's way beyond our ability. Every person who ever lived on this planet, except for identical twins, had their own sequence of DNA bases. So we're all unique that way. We really are. Here's the DNA molecule replicating itself. This chain is unwinding, and one way is going to a new cell, and the other is going to another cell. And we got all these different bases, and the rates of synthesis of all these things, they put it back together again, is an amazing process in itself, where more than 700 of these bases, as it begins to have this single strand here and this new one is forming, it forms at the rate of 700 plus nucleotides or bases per second. This is happening so fast. We got the complexity consideration. We got the time sequence. This is just, it says, and it does it with exceptional rapidity and fidelity. It doesn't make mistakes. If it does make mistakes, the body has a way of correcting it. That's the default sort of position. It tends to correct it. And inside these cells, there's another sort of area that, I know this is getting a little bit deep for chemistry, I guess, but I really have to tell you because it does help to explain so much. In each of these 10 to 100 trillion cells, we got a bunch of different reactions, unlimited number of reactions, going this way and that way, assembling all these nutrients and this and that and everything else, some things it doesn't want there, wants to get rid of it, so forth and so on. All of these reactions, you may have seen a metabolic chart, a map. It's just beyond comprehensive. And a single reaction is something like this. You got a chemical, or we call it a substrate, it produces a product, and as a result of the enzyme sitting there and converting that to that. So we got these enzymes sitting here converting this to this. You know, zillions of different substrates producing all these different products. The enzyme itself is really key. We've got, about 100,000 or more different kinds of enzymes in every cell. Different kinds. And just zillions of different kinds of molecules, obviously. We have all these different enzymes sitting there. Every enzyme is an entity unto itself, able to do its own thing. It catalyzes this reaction maybe, but maybe not that one. And so then we get into saying this enzyme, I find the world of enzymes to be so fascinating beyond belief because an enzyme is a big, relatively speaking, compared to the substrate, it's a big structure. It's a three-dimensional thing made up of it's a whole chain link of protein. All these amino acids and assembling, and it does it so it has a configuration. And the configuration is something like this. That is in a precise configuration. That happens to be one enzyme converting glucose to the energetic form of glucose, the glucose 6-phosphate. So these are all these little dots here, are individual amino acids that make up this chain link. And that structure right here, that structure, it has to be just so. If we change, a substrate might come in here, and go out there, comes in here, and the rate at which it goes from here to here, or from there to there, whatever, we don't know. The rate at which it goes through this enzyme varies enormously every nanosecond. The enzyme's twisting and turning a little bit, organizing itself and adjusting the rate of synthesis or the rate of reactions. And that's another consideration you have to think about. All these infinite numbers of enzymes, all they're doing is able to change in a microsecond. Nutrients come in, it can sit on the edge over here. Some of them do, we call them cofactors. They sit there and modify the change. You're talking about dynamism and a dynamic state. These enzymes come originally from genes. They have their own template to say what kind of enzyme is going to be produced. It first makes what is called RNA from the DNA. That in turn makes protein. These proteins are enzymes. And now we're building some more complexity on top of complexity. This is complex way up here and come down here, and all these reactions. I guess I probably said enough about complexity. Who can imagine? All this are going on at the same time, and yet we talk about it as if we're smart. That one thing at a time we talk about. We got caught up in these details. They were so crazy. I think we really just have to rewire our brains a little bit on some of this. So that's what I call holism, where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. We study the parts. We're not studying the whole. We're not even recognizing the relationship between parts and wholes. Parts are important. Science can do a great job in studying parts. So reductionism has its place. It's a very important place. We learn about what individual things do. We should recognize them for what they do, as they describe the whole, of which they are a part. Instead, we take the part out, we put it in a pill. Or we do something else with it. We commercialize it. If we can make some money, we take it out. We take it out of this context. And that's what we do. That's medicine. That's public understanding of nutrition, unfortunately. When in reality, we have to return to the concept of what is the body doing. It's all working as a whole, working together. I really mean when I say symphony, really that. You don't go to the orchestra to go hear a musical and see somebody sitting on the stage just banging away using one instrument, hitting one note throughout the whole procedure. Doesn't work. That's what we kind of do in science. And that's what we kind of do in medicine. So I'm exaggerating a little bit, but we tend to think that way. When in fact, all the notes put together, and that's just a very simple version of holism, put all the notes together, all of a sudden we got something that resonates. Beautiful. Has emotional effects on us. That's the symphony, instead of the parts. A tapestry in the wall. We can see a beautiful tapestry hanging out. The tapestry is made of threads. The tapestry is made of threads. Those threads are important. They are important because they define the tapestry. In science, we're working on the threads all the time. We're not seeing the tapestry, in a sense. So that's the difference between, I would argue, reductionism and holism. Medicine and research, we use reductionist procedures to discover new chemicals, new drugs. Because we practice it that way, that's what we do. We take these chemicals and we treat ourselves with these chemicals. They may have some good effects for practical, I don't want to say throw out all drugs, I'm not saying that, but they may certainly have good effects, at least in the short term, help us out when we're in trouble. But then they don't tend to have long-lasting effects because eventually the body is coming back to its default position and saying, I want to get rid of that stuff. So tolerance builds up or other kinds of things come in and you get side effects. So the whole idea of using drugs is an end game that is actually an end game. It really is. It doesn't actually allow for biology to live as it wants. So the whole practice of medicine is in fact a reductionist procedure. And therein lies so many explanations of why we have side effects. We don't know why we get these side effects. We get so much argument, so much confusion, and we get results in the short term, and our medical system fails. We aren't practicing medicine in order to sustain and develop health. It's just not, it's built in structurally, it's not part of the game plan. We think it is, we try to kid ourselves. Whoops, sorry. So that's medicine. Nutrition is, we treat it in research as if it's a reductionist process. That's not the way to do it. We can learn something about it that way, but that's not the end game. We actually have invented those silly terms that I actually see in the popular press. We call it a nutraceutical. Can you imagine that? What did somebody have in their mind when they wanted to change a nutrient into a nutraceutical? That is a reductionist idea. So we talk about nutrition being a means of chemo-preventing disease. What does that mean? It's taking up the chemicals until they're chemo-preventing disease. That was the justification of the vitamin supplement industry. Really a silly idea, all based on the idea that we could just work with one thing at a time, when in reality, the real practice of nutrition is holistic. Now the question is this. The reason that nutrition is not in the medical model, the reason it's not taught is because it's a different worldview. The real nutrition is holistic. It's holistic. It cannot fit within a reductionist paradigm. Oh yeah, we kind of stick it in there. Sometimes we call it alternative medicine. Alternative medicine, I really find that term disgusting. Because why should things that count be considered alternative? Why shouldn't they be considered mainstream, mainline? The alternative is what we're doing now. So this is what we're doing with nutrition, my science, really messing up the science. At best, it's like a second or third rate reputation within medical communities because it's holistic. We always heard all these years, holism, don't even mention that. We usually spell it with an H. And the reason we actually got upset with that, the reason science got upset with that, because it suggested faith-based ideas. And science and nutrition are like that. I mean, science and religion are like that, right? And science didn't want to deal with this holistic concept because it immediately suggested faith-based, personally biased decisions and decision-making. So when I was writing the book Whole and trying to think about this a little bit, I went to the dictionary and I thought I was going to find a spelling that had the W in front of it, and I went back into old Oxford dictionaries and things like that. I couldn't find any place where the dictionary spelled it with a W. I said, okay, forget it. I'm going to put the W there anyhow, so the next dictionary will have the W there. Because I want I want just this concept to get out there and be recognized for what it is, creating health. This goes beyond. Here's the sort of, what should I say? I don't know the right word to use. But this suggests a worldview that we're not taking seriously. We could take it seriously and take it beyond our thinking. If this is the way the cell works, the cell is working. If we understood it, it teaches us a lesson. Cells talk to each other. All the things inside the cell, they talk to each other. Cells together, a bunch of different cells cluster together in different organs, they talk to each other. We call cell-to-cell communication. We have words for this. They talk to each other, they work together. And then an organ, which has different kinds of cells, we have different organs. These organs talk to each other too. Maybe about hormonal issues, maybe about neurological things, maybe about chemical things. But organs talk to each other. And we do it in microseconds. It happens. What's going on in the head, a pain, somebody, step on your toe, you know it immediately. I mean, the communication that goes on in our body is incredible. It happens almost instantaneously, which is a marvel in and of itself. And so you think then, okay, we got our bodies all working this way, it's really holistic. Wouldn't it be nice if we stopped to think about the whole bodies, each being a holistic object, could interact with other holistic objects? In other words, you could talk to each other and communicate with each other and have a more dynamic and more symphonic state of affairs. So that lesson can come up to the level of the individual. And it could also come up to the level of even societies of people, like different societies talking to each other, recognizing that we're all basically one. So this holistic concept, starting with the cell, all the way up through the hierarchy, to societies and beyond, to the universe, really becomes, in a sense, sort of like one. And when you think of it that way, then all of a sudden like this, misunderstanding nutrition can lead to environmental degradation. So that's a big, big issue in case you haven't heard lately. Livestock production, just to give an example, now is good data showing, and an interpretation of this, responsible for more than 50% of global warming. We're focusing on CO2, leaving its footprint. Reductionist thinking, ignored this idea of methane and nitrous oxide from animals, just ignore it. But we can solve the global warming problem by stop eating meat, for example. And that's a big issue, arguable, according to many, but there's all kinds of degradations that occur. Excessive medical costs, we know that. Way over the top. We're spending so much money now and not getting anything in return because we're working on reductionist things one at a time, because that makes money. We can fool people and make claims. We don't tell people about this other way of doing things that doesn't really cost us all that much. Unnecessary violence, obviously, that results from our greed and our striving to try to find the resources we need in order to live, inappropriate research design, policy corruption. I mean, we can solve so many of the big problems that have arisen in recent times, but deciding just what to eat and deciding what is nutrition. And really understanding nutrition and understanding what it is. And let's not get caught up in talking and arguing about, is 11% protein better than 8%? Or what is this carotenoid here? Is that better than that one? No, those are questions that are moot questions. They're really moot. Just eat whole plants. Here's some vegetables, a lot of colored vegetables and legumes and whole grains, unless you've got some allergy to some grains, but whole grains and legumes and all that. You get everything. Let the body, just give it to ourselves, figure out how to make it tasty, live with it, enjoy life, instead of getting so caught up in working with all these individual nutrients. Hippocrates said this a long time ago. He knew what he was talking about. We are what we eat. Aristotle supposedly said the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. How did these guys know this? That's what they were talking about. We kind of forgot. Let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. You've heard that many times. I think we're rediscovering, in fact, what the ancient Greeks really knew. Now we're beginning to be able to describe this phenomenon using real scientific data. This is I would suggest, are echoes from 2,500 years ago. We better hear that voice, because we don't have another 2,500 years to relearn this lesson. So I'm going to argue that the single most important medical science of all, whether professionals or not professionals, is nutrition. It's simply understanding what is nutrition. It has this enormous capacity to reverse disease, certainly to prevent it. In many cases, reverse, certainly stymie its progression. So that's the story that I'm trying to tell in the book Whole. And to finish off this one last thing, we're kind of proud of the fact we have an online course right now. It's not as good as it's going to be. We're making it a lot better. But we had one for 4 or 5 years, thanks to some students of mine who actually was lecturing on campus. They got together, and a couple of them were going to med school and decided not to go to med school. So I'm sorry I've had that influence on them. But they got together and wanted to pull together and put my lectures online. They did it, and so we had a rudimentary course that actually survived and done very well. As a matter of fact, it's an instructor-monitored discussion. Somebody may know this. How many of you have taken the course? I mean, there's some in here. Yeah, it's, we can offer 30 Category 1 continuing medical education credits for professionals or CEUs for others. Of the 200 courses we partner, our foundation has partnered with Cornell, the agency, the part of Cornell that I'm still a faculty member at Cornell, so we have access as Cornell faculty. We partner with this agency of Cornell to make these courses. It's called eCornell, and they are now offering more than 200 courses. We're ranked number 1 out of the 200. Which is, and that's only with a rudimentary, I would suggest, kind of offering. We're just now in the business of scaling up and offering a whole new sort of collection of different kinds of courses, of different kinds of topics, all devoted to the idea of let's learn nutrition the way it should be, in order to just sort of begin to describe what it can do. So thank you very much.
Revive me! Come on, get up your ass.
Delighted to talk to you today. I think we started emailing each other like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah,
It's been a while.
it's been a couple books.
For sure. So long time in the making, and really excited to dig into all of this stuff with you. I think you really hit on a nerve here, and you're doing really important work in a world of distractions and social media. Yuval Noah Harari recently said famously that clarity is power.
Yeah.
And things like solitude, focus, and the deep work that you talk about really have become superpowers that are quickly, without a lot of diligence on behalf of the individual, becoming, going the way of the dodo.
Yeah. Well, it's a more practice skill than I think we realized. Mm-hmm. Concentration, it just seemed like something we all know how to do. Like, we all know how to focus on things. It's just a matter of are we doing it enough? And I think we're now learning that it's a practice skill. And we didn't realize how much practice we were actually getting doing this, and how much we get out of practice when we introduce new technologies that can keep our attention.
Yeah, I mean, in my own personal experience, it's undeniable how much more difficult it has become and how much more diligence is required in order to set aside the phone and focus on the work that is actually going to move the needle, like in my own personal life. And as somebody who struggles with addiction, I'm in recovery. I'm just a junkie for anything that's going to give me that hit, and it's very difficult for me to create, to have the rigor and create those rules around use, so that it doesn't just infect every aspect of our lives. In an era in which boredom is now no longer required.
Yeah. which, by the way, is incredibly novel. I mean, it really is the first time in human history that you can get rid of every moment of boredom, or I would say even solitude, right? Time alone with your own thoughts. I mean, this was completely unavoidable throughout human history. Just throughout your day, you're just going to have regular moments where it was you alone with your own thoughts. I mean, so it's just hardwired into the human experience. And it's really the last, 7 years that we've said, okay, let's put billions of dollars and the smartest minds at work at getting a sort of worldwide high-speed wireless internet network and these devices in our pockets that can tap into it at any moment, and all these algorithms behind it that can get us the perfect bit of distraction at any moment that we need it. And so we can, for the first time in human history, actually banish all boredom and all solitude from our lives. So it's like a wild experiment, a radical experiment. But I think the results are it's not going well.
Yeah, and I think we've been presented with this choice. Either we become this neo-Luddite, where we just dispatch with all of it altogether, or we're a denialist, where we just say, well, this is the way that it is now, and we just need to adapt as a species. And you found a different path into this.
Yeah, you hear this neo-Luddite charge a lot, but I'm yet to find one. So it seems like this is often thrown, right? Like, okay, your only option is, right, you're a denialist, or you're going to be this neo-Luddite, or you'll have to say, okay, I'm no neo-Luddite, but I can't actually find anyone who is.
You're kind of a neo-Luddite,
Well,
though.
I guess so. I mean, I'm a
somebody,
computer scientist.
It is you are, yeah. That's what creates this whole conundrum around this, because you actually understand the technology that goes into all of this, and yet, I don't know anyone else in your age bracket that has never had a social media account, and yet here you are breathing, and you're alive, and you look healthy and happy.
Yeah. And I have a couple friends.
Yeah,
I know what's going on in the world.
You seem to be functioning,
Yeah.
the proof is in the pudding. Like how many books have you written? 6 books, right?
Yeah. That's what I tell my publicist sometimes. Like, okay, maybe we could sell a little bit more copies of this book if I was active on social media, but I'd probably have written 20% less total books. So.
Well, you've made the New York Times bestseller list. Like, you've demonstrated that you can achieve these heights in an era in which we've been told, it's required that you have these accounts and this presence in the digital space in order to move the needle on sales in an analog world.
Well, I mean, I think something that's going on here, and I think food's a good analogy, right? So in food, we're used to this idea that you might say something like, I don't eat this type of food. I don't think it's good for me, right? I mean, obviously this is a message you've talked and written a lot about, and no one comes back and says, well, Rich Roll is a sort of anti-food guy. He's not into eating, not nutrition, right? We're used to it in the idea of food that there's different qualities and you get different results out of it. And so I'm a tech guy. I mean, I'm a computer scientist. I'm an internet nerd. I was using the net before there was World Wide Web browsers. I've been blogging for over a decade. And so I look at certain things like social media platforms, and to me, it's junk food. And so I don't see it as a stance of, neo-Luddism to say, for example, I don't use Facebook. I see it more like saying I don't eat Doritos. And that you can love tech like I do, but not necessarily embrace all of the trends. And so that's a lot of the message I'm out there preaching, is that you have to be intentional, you have to be selective.
Yeah, how do you counter the argument that, just leveraging my own personal experience, like I'm totally on board with everything you're saying, and yet I can't deny that social media has benefited me in certain ways. Like it has created the foundation upon which I've created my career in many ways, and it's allowed me to connect with and contact a lot of interesting people that are now like friends of mine in IRL, in my real life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is part of the issue when you're talking about things like social media, is that in some sense the people from whom you might be hearing about these topics is actually a pretty rarefied group, right? So it's people that maybe have large media brands, right? I mean, so this is core perhaps to your business. You have a sort of a large brand, and a lot of businesses use social media very successfully. There's a reason why Facebook is worth $500 billion. For example, if you're trying to advertise, it's like a miracle what Facebook allows you to do. But I don't know that circumstance applies to most people, right? I mean, so for a lot of people, I mean, they're trying to they're trying to connect more with their family, their community. They're trying to do well by their job. They're trying to build a life that has certain elements of meaning to it. They maybe don't need or have any reason to have a large audience. And yet they still feel compelled, well, I think I just need to vaguely be on these services. And then they step back and look at what's going on, and they realize it's 1, 2, 3 hours a day that they're they're glancing at these things. So at the core of minimalism, for example, is this notion of there's no good or bad tech, but intentions are really useful.
Yeah, I look at it along two different spectrums. One is creation versus consumption. Like, are you using the platform to create something, to put something out in the world versus just scrolling to see what everyone else is doing? And then the other thing that you explore pretty deeply in your book is this idea of utility versus autonomy.
Yeah.
So can you explain that a little
Well,
bit?
I mean, that's what I noticed, right? I mean, so when I was looking into this issue, I was trying to understand why people were feeling this creeping unease, right? And why that had changed. What was it in the last few years that had made people increasingly uneasy about their technological lives? And you talk to people, it's really not usefulness, right? It's not, oh, this tech is useless and I hate spending time on it. In fact, if you're using one of these apps, there's some reason why you're doing it. There's some reason why you download it. There's some value you get. So people's complaint was not, this is useless. It was more about autonomy. So people worried that they were using the tech too much. And that's what I was picking up, that they're looking at the screen, instead of doing things they know are more important, they're looking at the screen sort of way too much, more than they know is healthy. And so it's the sense that they're losing control over how am I spending my time, and what am I trying to get out of it.
Right.
This is the pushback I used to get. So I've been sort of a public critic of some aspects of social media for a long time. And before about 2 years ago, I used to get much more ferocious pushback when I would, like, say, write an article in the New York Times or something, saying something critical about social media. And that really has actually shifted.
Oh, big time.
Which is interesting. But back when I used to get the really aggressive pushback, the core of the argument was always a usefulness argument, right? So they would say, well, wait a second. Here is something useful that you can do with Facebook. So you need to stop complaining about people looking at their phones too much, right? That was the argument. It's this binary thing. Either it's completely useless or there's some use. And if there's some use, you have to stop complaining about it. And so that's what I used to get pushed back at a lot. But people, that's not the core of people's issues today. I mean, they know there's something useful with this, but what they're worried about is doing this an hour a day, 2 hours a day, 3 hours a day, when they know there's things that are more important.
Yeah. I mean, I find myself doing that and just powerless to stop.
Yeah.
You know, and I know, I'm a junkie, so perhaps that reaction is a little more pronounced than it would be in the average person, but it really is difficult to put that thing down.
And that's somewhat by design. I mean, to me, one of the more interesting things I uncovered is that we've become used to the constant companion model of the phone, where you just have it with you all the time and you look at it all the time. We think of that as just being fundamental to the technology. I mean, that's how you use a smartphone. It's there for you to have a companion, and all the time you can look at it, get information, get entertainment, or what have you. But it's actually much more contrived than we realize. And it was really the social media companies that led that charge. And so maybe about 6 or 7 years ago, maybe 8, depending on how you do the calculus, there was this moment when, if you're Facebook, and Facebook was one of the oldest, largest venture-backed companies here, so they really led the way here. And they're saying we have to get our revenues numbers up, right? I mean, they have the IPO looming. Their investors needed their 100x return. So they got serious. How are we going to get our revenues numbers up? And what they came up with was this radical re-engineering of the social media experience. And so they re-engineered it to be away from just, I post information about myself, my friends post information about themselves, and we sort of look at what each other's up to. They re-engineered it away from that and towards this stream of incoming social approval indicators. And so the like button, which seems fundamental, was actually a late arrival, the social media, right? I get into this in the book. It was a late arrival, and it was a boon for their bottom line, because now the dynamic has changed. I post something. Now if I go back to my app, I can see if it got likes.
Right.
And maybe it got a lot of likes, but maybe it got none, but then a little bit later it gets more. Maybe this thing gets more likes, and maybe I've been tagged in some people's photos, and maybe I've been favorited on Instagram. And this was actually a radical re-engineering of the experience. So it was less about posting things and seeing what other people posted, and more about receiving this stream throughout the day of social approval indicators, indications that other people were thinking about you. Now, this exploits psychological vulnerabilities in our mind. It makes it almost impossible to not go back and hit that app one more time. And that was purposeful. And that was also the foundation of the constant companion model of smartphone use. That's what really changed the way we thought about smartphones from something that you used as a tool. Like, oh, I need directions. I have this wonderful tool. I can bring it out and I can get directions. It can be very useful, and into something that you looked at all the time. So it's large. It's not fundamental, right? I mean, it was largely invented by a small number of companies.
Right, and you talk about this in the book when you track back to Steve Jobs' initial keynote when they launched the iPhone, which I guess this is why memory is so unreliable, because I would have thought at that time Steve Jobs would have had a comprehensive global vision of what's actually happening today. But in fact, and what you point out is that his whole thing was like, this is an iPod where the killer app is to actually make phone calls.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't have to have two devices in your pocket. That was the major sales
Right.
pitch. And I went and talked to one of the development leads from the original iPhone to confirm all of this. And he said, yeah, Jobs saw this thing as an iPod that made calls. But Jobs was a minimalist, right? So he was all about, let's take things that are really valuable to people and then make that experience even better. And so music was something people really cared about. I mean, people were listening to iPods all the time. Jobs really, really was into music and thought music was very important. And so he wanted to make the music playing experience better, which is what he actually spends a lot of that keynote talking about, is showing these new features. Look, you can swipe through. This was the first touchscreen iPod. You can swipe through the album covers. Look how nice this is. And people cared about making phone calls. And he thought it was egregious how clumsy the existing phone interfaces were on cell phones. He said, I can make making a phone call into this more elegant experience. I can combine these into one device. So it was a very minimalist idea. Let me take two things that people really like to do and then make the experience aesthetically even more beautiful. There's no app store. He didn't trust the idea of third-party people developing apps for him. He thought they
No,
would be
four-walling
ugly.
the Apple experience was the whole thing.
He told this lead developer, the quote that he gave me was, if someone else puts their app on here, it's going to crash the phone just when that person needs to call 911. That was the fear he had. And so this notion that it was something that you would look at a lot was not on his radar. The idea that it was even going to be heavily used for sort of internet-style communications, he doesn't get to that until about 35 minutes into the keynote.
Right.
The first 30 minutes is phone and iPod features, which is not to say that technology shouldn't evolve, but it's also just to help underscore this idea that the smartphone wasn't fundamentally something that was meant to be a constant companion. That's actually more an instantiation of a small number of social media companies' business models than it is some sort of emergent phenomenon that as this technology came along, that we all decided that this was a better way to use it.
Well, this turning of the tide against Silicon Valley and this brewing distrust that we now have about the motives and the intentions of these oligarch founders was really initiated in many ways by the work of Tristan Harris and him kind of going on 60 Minutes. And that's really how you open the book here, by setting the stage about what's really going on so we can really understand the gravity of what these apps, represent in terms of hijacking our precious time and attention.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was a whistleblower. Is the best way to understand it. I mean, he had trained to figure out how do you capture and manipulate people's attention with applications. He studied in B.J. Fogg's lab at Stanford in persuasive technology. Then he had a startup. The startup was acquired by Google, and they got very aggressive about using the technology to help capture eyeballs and make things more sticky. And then Tristan did this sort of Cameron Crowe, Jerry Maguire type moment where he wrote a manifesto. And it was essentially like, we need to protect our users' attention, right? I mean, it was like right out of Jerry Maguire, like this isn't good. Like we're exploiting, our users. We're exploiting their attention. We're turning the gadgets, and this thing gets passed around Google, gets passed up to Larry Page. So like, okay, we're going to make you the whatever it was, czar of ethics or something like this. And then nothing happened because there's just billions of dollars at stake. So he left and said, okay, I'm going to try to spread the word. And he was on 60 Minutes, and he was being interviewed by Anderson Cooper, and he pulled out the smartphone and said, this thing's a slot machine in your pocket. And I think that was sort of
That was the moment.
That was the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where everybody who saw that, despite whatever pushback was happening at the time, like we all intuitively know it to be true. Right?
Yeah.
So it struck a chord, and it really resonated with a lot of people.
But what Tristan did, which I think is important, is, I mean, up to that point, a lot of people thought about this being as a slot machine from a perspective of lack of personal willpower control. Like, I look at this thing too much. It's just me being lazy. And what Tristan was saying is, no, this is engineered to get that effect. I mean, he was one of the first people to say, hey, we've been borrowing ideas in Silicon Valley from Las Vegas casino gambling, where they figured out once they went to digital slot machines, you could actually hard code in the reinforcement schedules, right? When it was digital, you could exactly figure out at what rate you got different awards in the slot machines, right? Which back when it was analog, it was a little bit more random. And so back when they made that transition in Las Vegas, they did a lot of studies to figure out what's the reward schedule on the slot machine that's going to keep you pulling the handle, and this stuff is published. And so they're looking at that research in Silicon Valley when they're trying to think about, except for now, instead of it being triple cherries, it's 20 likes versus 5 likes. But they were studying these same ideas and putting these into play so that you had this thing that you hit and it would just be like a slot machine handle pull. So what Tristan was saying is like, look, when I say this is like a slot machine, I'm not just being hyperbolic or metaphorical. I mean, we're literally engineering this thing to be like a slot machine. You're not just lazy. The reason why you're looking at this thing so much is that we had people who are very smart who are figuring out how to make that happen.
They're subtle too, and they're nefarious. Like, one thing that always gets me on Instagram is when I open up Instagram and you'll see a quick flash of a photo and then it disappears to update it to the newest one, and then I'm like, wait, what was that one? And then I'll scroll until I get to that. And it's like, that is insane.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's so many subtle things, right? Like the fact that when Facebook first was going mobile, they're working on the graphics. And so one of the graphics they needed for the app was a little icon that said you have updates. And so the graphic designers, they're good graphic designers, so here's the Facebook palette, it's grays and blues, and we have this nice update button. And the intention engineer said, no, forget the palette, it has to be alarm red.
Right.
You get 2x more clicks, right? Because our brain can't ignore it. Or this innocent feature on Twitter where you pull down, you stretch it down and then release, and then it updates the Twitter feed. Right? There's really no reason to have that, but it gives you a slot machine handle effect.
That's
right.
So
If
true.
it just was kind of updating, you kind of see what's going on. It doesn't
really
give you the
feel
same
like you're
effect.
pulling the handle.
A lot. It's so subtle. So both Tristan and then someone else, NYU professor Adam Alter, have claimed that Facebook and Instagram also were supposedly doing artificial holding back of likes and favorites so they can make it more intermittent. Because we know this from behavioral psychology, if you sometimes get the reward, you sometimes don't. It short circuits the dopamine system in a way that gets you to go back much more than you should. That's why the pigeons will peck forever if they sometimes get the pellets and then sometimes don't. And so there's been accusations that they started artificially batching likes and favorites so that you would sometimes see them and sometimes not. Because if it was a steady stream, it's not nearly as compulsive as like, I almost had the cherries, but then I get the last one, and then this time I got it.
So now you can check your Facebook, then you check your Twitter, then you check your Instagram, then you go to Slack or whatever in your email, and then you just go back to the beginning again.
It's a cycle, yeah.
You know?
And we wonder why, like, the non-industrial productivity metrics in the American economy have been stagnant over the last 10 years.
Right. Well, let's talk about that. So the sense is, or the idea behind all of this, is that these tools make us more productive members of society. So, myth or fact?
Well, which tools are we talking about?
Well, let's talk about things that really are designed to enhance productivity, like email and Slack, and these technological innovations that are supposed to create seamless workflow.
Yeah. So the problem with email and Slack, and this was really at the core of my last book, so not digital minimalism, but deep work.
Deep work.
Right. Was this notion that as the knowledge economy in particular, so let's just look at knowledge work, and as you get past the entry level, knowledge work is really built on concentration. Because what you have to do, literally speaking, is take in information, think about it, produce new information that has value, right? I mean, that's the grist mill of knowledge work. So you introduce something like email, and it seems like a no-brainer. Like, we write memos. It takes a long time. If we could do it electronically, it just has massive advantages. It's cheaper, it's faster, it's more stable. I can access it when I'm away from the mail. We don't need a whole mail room, right? It just seems like there's all these advantages to it. But there's unexpected consequences. And in particular, what happened is once we introduced things like email, it shifted the way we worked. And so subtly, our workflow shifted to something that I call the hyperactive hive mind, which is, let's have a constantly ongoing unstructured conversation. And so this is how a lot of knowledge work now unfolds. You can use Slack or email or whatever tool. SMS is now integrated in the office a lot more, where we can anyone can reach anyone at any time. So it's like we have this ongoing unstructured conversation, which wasn't possible before, but this technology makes possible. It's not an unnatural thing to do. It's basically how we would coordinate if we were in like a small group of Paleolithic hunters. We would just sort of have an unstructured conversation.
Right.
You go that way, I'll go this way. We just scaled it up, the large organizations, by using these tools. The problem is, if you have to tend this ongoing unstructured conversation, it forces you to have to keep changing your attention back to the communication tools, and then back to the thing that you're actually trying to produce value on, then back to the communication tools. You have to context switch a lot. And the psychology literature tells us that context switching just completely reduces our cognitive capacity. It makes it very difficult for us to actually concentrate and produce value with our brain. So it was an inadvertent externality. But by introducing these low friction communication tools, it changed the way we worked. It made things much more convenient. But by doing that, we actually got much worse at the core business of knowledge work, which requires concentration and producing value. And so this is why I think our productivity metrics have been stagnant for over a decade, is even though the tech has gotten more advanced, we have fragmented our attention to the degree that we're actually really bad at the core thing that we need to do, which is actually sitting there and writing the legal brief, or the article, or the marketing
We
strategy.
put that at the bottom of the list instead
Yes.
of the top, and we're so easily, I think just by way of how we're wired and how we've evolved, that when there's an incoming message, even if you don't have notifications set up, there's that pull, like, I need to attend to that because, you know, my standing within the tribe is dependent upon how, you know, immersed I am in that communication flow.
It can be dangerous, right? If you're in the tribe and someone's tapping you on the shoulder, you know, I'm going to ignore you, right? You can get a spear in the back. We're wired for that, but we don't know that. We see that there's a email waiting for us in the inbox. That deep part of our brain doesn't see that any different than there's the guy with the spear.
Right.
Tapping
So we
you on
don't
the
know how to
shoulder.
prioritize.
Yeah,
how
our
to
brain,
deal with all these
our
things.
brain is not meant to have 1,000 emails in an inbox, each of which needs an answer. To them, it's short-circuiting an ancient instinct of sociality. I mean, we have these ancient social instincts that have been built into our brain through evolution over millennia. It's very complicated. Large portions of our neuronal hardware is dedicated towards the subtle act of how do you manage communication among groups? How do you manage social dynamics? How do you keep your tribe together? If you start messing around with it, with technology, you know, say, well, let's just let's take the tribal conversation, but now it's 1,000 people within the company, or now you have 100,000 fans who are also trying to reach you through these same means, or let's get social media, which is, you know, 20-year-olds in hooded sweatshirts just hacking with sociality in some incubator somewhere. Like let's completely change social interaction. But we have this hardware that's been evolved to do it one way. Of course, we're going to have unexpected consequences. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised. It's just like when we started messing around with food, with industrial and processed food in the mid-20th century. Everyone got unhealthy because our bodies had evolved for thousands of years to expect very specific things out of food. It didn't know about high fructose corn syrup. And so we shouldn't be surprised when we got an obesity epidemic. I think the same thing's going on with our social cognitive lives right now.
Yeah, I mean, I walk around with a low-grade anxiety all the time because I know there's so many, like, sort of unattended to incoming messages coming at me that I can't possibly respond to all of them. And, you know, for years there was this movement of inbox zero, like here's all the hacks you can, you know, get to the bottom of your, and now it's just, well, forget about that. Like, here's how you can be sort of calm and content, knowing you have thousands of unattended to email messages.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing about inbox zero is that the guy who came up with the concept and gave the famous Google talk, Merlin Mann, got a book deal. To write a book, this was years ago, write a book on inbox zero, because he had given this famous talk that was, you could find online, I think at Google, about here's how you process your inbox and you get it down to zero or whatever. So he got the book deal, and eventually the book deal fell through. He couldn't write the book because at some point he realized it's not about getting the inbox down to zero, right? Actually, that's the wrong game. And he's like, I can't in good conscience write this book. And then the book deal fell away because he had this epiphany, like, oh, wait a second, this isn't the right game. The right game is not, okay, how do I stay on top of this, like, mountain of communication? The right game is, how do I produce good things?
Yeah. At the core of everything you do is an appreciation and a respect for, you know, what you call deep work, the immersive experience of doing really what you're here to do, whatever it is that your focus is, and whether that's, you know, as a member of a large organization, a corporation, or writing a book, or, you know, whatever the case may be. And appreciating the extent to which these externalities aren't just jeopardizing or threatening our ability to do our best work, but appreciating the extent to which they're constantly degrading it. And, you know, built into that is an understanding, like we tend to, I guess what I'm getting at is, we tend to think like, hey, what's the big deal? I'm going to take a break and answer a few emails and go back to the work. But it's really understanding that when you do that, that, you know, making that cognitive switch, there's a huge cost that gets paid to try to get ramped up again so that you can become in that immersive state of mind.
Yeah. Well, that cost, I think, is one of the big underemphasized storylines at the intersection of psychology and workplace productivity. Because we had this movement in the late 90s, early 2000s, where people began to realize that pure multitasking didn't work. Right, because we had this. Remember, that was a big deal. And that when we first got personal computers in the office, people were like, "Yeah, I'm on the phone while doing email and typing the memo."
So
and
productive.
I could do 3 things at the same time, and it didn't take long. Some good research came out that said, "No, of course that doesn't work. You're just switching between all the things and doing them all pretty bad." And so then people said, "Great, I'm a single tasker now, right? And I'm only doing one thing at a time." But what they weren't factoring in was this context switching cost. Because you're saying, hey, I'm not multitasking because I only have one thing open. Sure, every 10 minutes, I maybe jump over to the Gmail tab, but just for like a minute, and then I come back to this thing. So I'm not doing 2 things at the same time. And so it felt like you were being productive. But what we didn't realize is there's this context switching cost. So it's called attention residue. But essentially, when you leave your primary task, go to an email inbox, you see all those messages, most of which you can't answer right now. And the Paleolithic mind's getting worried. Someone's tapping me at the fire. And then you go back to, let's say, the main thing you're doing, which is like writing a legal brief or whatever. There's a residue left from that switch, which reduces your cognitive capacity. And it takes a long time to clear out. I mean, it's easy to test in the lab. You have people do puzzles that you can quantitatively measure, and then you distract them for 1 minute. What they do is they say, "Oh, you forgot to fill out this page on the form," right? And then they go back to the puzzles, and you watch the performance drop, and it takes a while till it comes back up. And so what's happening is, in the standard knowledge work situation, even when people are elite level knowledge workers, they're creative workers, they think they're single tasking, they do these quick checks frequently enough that they never leave that state of attention residue. So now it's like we're all taking a reverse nootropic that makes us dumber. And we don't recognize it, right? And this is why the people who prioritize really unbroken concentration seem like they have a superpower. It's essentially just relative to everyone else, which is in the state of self-imposed attention residue, which is keeping their cognitive performance artificially low.
Yeah, today, if you can just be somebody who can carve out even 2 hours a day of undistracted, focused attention, you really are like a superhero.
Yeah.
Whereas that would just be the norm even 30 years ago, 20 years ago.
You see it in all these industries. I've noticed it with book editors, right? That email came along, right? Because book editing is a great example, I think, because it hasn't changed much, at least what the ultimate goal is. The last 100 years, if you're a book editor, you have writers who are writing books that you're helping to edit and bring into fruition, right? I mean, the end result is the same now that it was 50 years ago, a hardcover book. Except for you've seen this shift in the post-email age where basically book editors do all their editing at home. They've lost the entire work
during the day it's meetings and email.
Yeah, I mean, and so how can they possibly be more effective at it if they've taken this core idea of working with the book and making it better, and now it happens sort of at night or maybe early in the morning. So all they're doing all day long is stuff that they never had to do before.
Well, I think that carries into, you hear this from a lot of people. Anybody who's trying to do focused work, they'll do it at a ridiculously early hour because that's when the phone's not ringing and there's not a lot of incoming messages, or very late at night. And I think writing is perhaps the best example because of this idea of how delicate, deep work and focus is. Because anybody who's trying to sit down and write something knows that, if someone knocks on their door and says, "Hey, you got a minute?" When that exchange is over with, it takes a good half an hour or maybe even longer to get back into that concentrated state again.
Yeah. Well, this is why writers care so much about their rituals. Because it's really clear. They can see pages. So maybe it's a little bit more ambiguous in a different knowledge work job. I mean, you're always doing things. You can't directly see the impact. But if you're writing, you say, "I only produced this many pages today." And someone knocked on the door. Right. "Hey, when I was out at this cabin somewhere, I produced this many pages." It's a lot easier to quantify.
To gauge it.
Yeah. Right. But so then we have this other issue, though, right? So we have the issue of interruptions and distraction within knowledge work. It makes our brains work worse. But then we have the issue of what happens outside of knowledge work, right? What happens when you're home? What happens when you're just looking at your phone, at dinner or whatever, when you're not at the workplace? And this also has an effect. And so if outside of work, now we're engaging with these highly palatable sort of processed food equivalent, attention engineered social media platforms on our phone all the time, that's also hurting our cognitive fitness. So that even if the next day when you go to work, you have the Faraday cage that's on top of the mountain and no one can reach you, you're going to have a harder time doing the cognitive work because it's like you were eating Oreos at night, and then when you get to the training camp the next day, you can't perform as well. So we have both of these forces are coming together. So like my book Deep Work was really about what's happening in the workplace. It's making us worse at this. And then digital minimalism in part is about, well, what's happening outside of the workplace.
Right.
This is having all sorts of negative consequences, including on our ability to focus when it comes to
Yeah, I'm experiencing that directly. I mean, when I wrote Finding Ultra in 2012, it was, it was pre a lot of this kind of stuff, and I didn't have nearly as much going on in my life. I didn't have that much trouble finding the time to focus and putting in that work required to get that book done. And now it's like a battle, because the phone is always there, and, I'm doing a lot of other things that are competing for my time and my energy. But I feel like I really have to be more diligent than ever and create really strict guidelines and rules around that time and the preciousness of it in order to get anything done.
Yeah.
And I feel like, sorry to interrupt you, but I feel like getting back to that earlier point, that years of being on my smartphone has made me dumber in certain respects. It's rewired my brain where now it's harder to drop into that state.
Yeah. Well, part of the reason I've never had a social media account is that my day job is I'm a theoretical computer scientist. And so I have to solve theorems, essentially, for a living. And so I really can feel the difference. So for me, I'm really, really worried.
But you don't know the difference because you've never actually been on.
Right. But it's like it's like when you're doing ultra endurance athletics, right? You're really careful about what you eat and how you sleep, what you put into your body, because it's really going to make a difference, right? And so I guess being a theoretician is sort of the ultra endurance equivalent of cognitive work. And so a lot of theoreticians really care a lot about this. And so I had always had that awareness in a way I think that other people in other jobs, it wouldn't be quite so natural. Because I'm just used to this. Theoreticians worry a lot. Concentrating is their number one skill. I mean, it's how they pay the mortgage, right? And so I've always really worried about what's going to be the impact of these things on my ability to concentrate. Because if I lose that, that's the whole thing. That's like my 95 mile per hour fastball, right?
Well, it's one thing for somebody like you who deals in theoretics or somebody who's writing a book. But I thought it was really interesting. And this is how you open Digital Minimalism, which is with Andrew Sullivan's kind of his, not really a manifesto, but kind of a manifesto of him saying, as this hyperactive, Uber blogger writer guy, how much his social media attention had drained him of the joy of life and his ability to be the best at what he does, which is thinking deeply about important issues that impact politics and culture.
Well, it wasn't just, and what he was saying was not just, I can't do my work. He was worried about his humanity. I mean, the line was, I used to be a human being.
Right.
And that was a big part of the transition from deep work to digital minimalism, is that I had been talking about the impact of technology on people's professional lives, these unintended consequences. And people kept coming up to me when I was on tour for deep work and saying, oh, maybe that's fine. But what about these unexpected consequences of technology outside of work? And what it's doing to our humanity, actually our ability to live a flourishing life. And on the surface, it seems like it's similar. It's tech having these unexpected consequences. But in a lot of cases, the dynamics are really different. And so that Sullivan piece, I used that to open the book because that's what I was picking up from people when I was on the road from deep work, is the stuff happening in the office is an issue. And I'm not as productive as I used to be. This can't be the right way to work. I mean, doing emails all day, there's got to be something wrong with it. Just saying, but what's happening outside of work? Where I'm constantly doing this instead of other things. People were just getting this sense that their humanity itself was being degraded. Right. It's a quality of life type issue.
Right. So the solution, right? Rather than becoming a neo-Luddite or a denialist, you have this idea of digital minimalism that's really routed in orienting your digital diet around your core values.
Yeah.
So, elaborate on that for me.
Right. Well, I mean, minimalism itself is an old idea. So you can go all the way back to Marcus Aurelius and do this whole through line through the ancients into Thoreau, into the voluntary simplicity movement of the 1960s,
All
into
the way up to Marie Kondo.
Yeah, that's minimalism.
Ezra Klein called you the Marie Kondo
of
digitalism.
Yeah, exactly. He probably wasn't describe my physical appearance or physical similarities.
No.
Yeah.
But it is, and Thoreau echoes throughout the book.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to say I'm Marie Kondo without the book sale numbers. But it's a through line, right? And so minimalism itself is this ancient idea that can apply to lots of different things. And the basic idea behind minimalism is, in many cases, it's better to focus most of your energy on a small number of things that give you a large amount of value, as opposed to the alternative, which is maximalism, which is trying to spread your energy over everything you can find that might give you some value. And so these two things are set up, this is like a dialectic, right? You have minimalism and maximalism. And so in all different parts of our life, the sages have told us minimalism, less is more, is better than trying to spread your attention widely, right? So this is like when Marie Kondo says, take everything out of your closet and just find the things that you really care about or that spark joy or whatever. She's saying focus on the things that really matter. Don't get caught up on the fact that, well, I kind of like this t-shirt, or maybe there's some value I might get one day out of it. The clutter is costly. Focus on the things you really care about. So I'm just bringing minimalism into people's digital personal life, basically, right?
What do you think is going on, rather than beyond the obvious that we're talking about right now, that's happening culturally, as much in the analog world as it is in the digital world, that has made minimalism like a thing right now? Like suddenly Marie Kondo is like a celebrity, and you have Ryan and Joshua, the minimalists, and their documentary and the work that they're doing, and people are super interested in decluttering their lives, their mental, emotional, and physical lives. Like, why is this the moment?
Well, in American culture, it's cyclical, and often it's tied to the economy. We get these booms and busts. We get these periods of exuberance. Everything's going well. The economy is going well. Everyone's buying things. Everyone's looking to purchase their way into happiness. And then there'll be a down cycle where people get fed up with this and they embrace sort of minimalist ideas. And there'll be an up cycle again. And so I think we're on one of these down cycles still, where people are sort of fed up with, let's just exuberantly go out and try to acquire more things to make us happy. It probably began, if you time it, it really goes back to the crash, the recession. You see right around that period, that sort of first decade of the 21st century is where you begin to see the minimalism movement online, for example, pick up. Right. It was right around 2005, 2006 where you get like Zen Habits and Joshua Becker and Courtney Carver, and then Joshua and Ryan came along a little bit later, and then after that you get Marie Kondo. What's different is that the tech side of it is new, right? It's the first cycle that we've had. So we're just coming out of this period of initial exuberance that really began with the iPhone's release in 2007, where it was all just interesting. I mean, it really is miraculous technology. I mean, the iPhone, we didn't have anything like that before. And so that you could have all these apps, and it was interesting, and people were experimenting with it, and let me try things. Isn't this fun? Like, just trying to get their arms around how do we use this technology. And so when it comes to personal tech, we're having sort of one of our first down cycles of the wireless internet age, where we say, okay, we're done with the exuberant experimentation. This has gone too far. I'm sort of losing autonomy. Now I need to step back and say, that period's over. Let's get a little bit more mature about our relationship with our tools and figure out, what do I really want to do with this going forward?
Right. Talk a little bit about the importance of solitude.
So solitude's an interesting idea. It has different definitions, but the one that caught my attention came from another book called Lead Yourself First, which was about solitude and leadership. But the definition that these guys used, it's actually an Army officer and a really well-known circuit court judge, federal judge. So it's an interesting pair of guys that came together to write about solitude. This judge actually, he writes his legal briefs in a barn in Michigan that has no internet. So he's after my own heart, right? But anyways, right, they had this definition of solitude, and they said don't think about it having to do with physical isolation, right? Don't think about, are you alone on a mountainside or not? They said it all has to do with what you're processing. And so their definition was freedom. Solitude is freedom from input from other minds. So if you're processing something that was generated from another mind, you're not in a state of solitude. So anytime you're looking at this, or anytime you have the earbuds in, unless it's music, if you're listening to something, if you're reading something, if you're talking to someone, it's not a state of solitude. Your brain is in input processing mode. Our brain takes very seriously the idea that, okay, this input we're getting right now came from another human being. And that turns on all sorts of different centers that don't turn on when you're just, let's say, looking around at nature.
Right.
If you're not doing that, you are in solitude. So you can be in a very crowded coffee shop, but if you're just sitting there alone with your own thoughts, you're in a state of solitude. So it has nothing to do with physical isolation.
And why is it important?
So it turns out it's crucial for humans to have solitude on a regular basis. One is just maintenance mode. I mean, it takes a lot of power for our brain to, okay, all hands on deck. Like, we're processing, there's another human mind that we're processing right now. All hands on deck, right? We got to fire up all these systems. It's complicated, right? Like, when I'm talking to you right now, one of the things my brain is doing, some of the research I got into, is something called mentalizing, which means I'm building a simulation of your brain within my own brain, so that I could then start doing experiments in my own mind of, how is my rich roll simulation going to react if I say this versus this? It's incredibly complicated. It uses a lot of energy, right? So if you're always doing that, the brain doesn't get down cycles, right? So you're going to get anxiety and other types of issues. It's also crucial for self-development and insight generation. If our brain is in processing mode, it can't actually be making sense in any sort of significant degree of the information that it's processing. And so, someone listening to this interview is in processing mode. But if they really want to get insights out of it, what they also then need is, after they hear this interview, some time just alone with their thoughts, thinking about what they heard. Mm-hmm. And then that's when the brain makes sense of it, right? And compares the insights against their own mental schemas, their own understanding of the world, figuring out where it might apply or not fit into their life. You also need it for personal development. You can't have insights into what am I all about, what are my values, how's my character going to develop, what do I want to do going forward. All of that requires solitude. Your brain just has to sit there, has to think, things have to bounce off of each other. Like, we need it.
But I think a lot of people would contend that it's a luxury, right? Like, look, man, you have a bunch of kids. Like, I got kids, I'm going to my work, I'm trying to make money, I'm trying to get through the day. Like, I don't have time for solitude. And that self-reflection is the purview of, somebody who's living a life that's not mine.
Yeah. Well, see, I think that's because we put solitude on this pedestal. We think about Thoreau in his cabin, right? Like, when am I gonna have time today to get out to my cabin? And
but there's an illusion about that as well that you talk about in the book.
Yeah, which is not really what he was up to.
Right.
But we're no busier now than we were 10 years ago. But 10 years ago, we had lots of solitude. And the reason is that when you have this precise definition of solitude, all you need is freedom from input from other minds. This used to happen all the time. You couldn't avoid it. It's, there's nothing on the radio and you're driving to work. Solitude. You're waiting in line at the pharmacy. It's solitude, right?
Now you look at that person and you're like, what's wrong with that
What's
guy?
wrong with them, right? And so that's what's so unique about this current circumstance is what I mentioned before, is now that we can pull out this wirelessly connected device everywhere, we can banish all those moments of solitude. So what's weird is not the call for solitude. The thing that's very, very unusual is the fact that we have banished solitude. That's what's incredibly rare in the entire history of sort of human civilization. It is only like 7 or 8 years old, this idea that it's now possible to get rid of all solitude. So to get solitude in your life is as easy as just some of the places where you used to have it, even when you're really busy, you get it back by just not using your phone. So, okay, on my commute today, I'm not going to put on the podcast for the first 20 minutes. Or when I'm walking a dog, I'm not putting in the earbuds. Or when I go to the store, I'm leaving the phone in the car. Right? So it's stuff that you're already doing. Just do some of those things without the slot machine and the constant access to solitude, busting information.
What's your sense of what society is going to look like 20, 30 years from now when a whole generation of young people who have no memory of life experience without a cell phone in their hands, a smartphone in their hands, have never really had that experience of solitude to begin with?
Well, I mean, that generation is sort of wildly more anxious than any other previous generation. This is correlational, but it's sort of a hypothesis I make in the book, is we take Generation Z, which is the first generation to enter their young adolescence with sort of ubiquitous access to smartphones and social media. They use it a lot more than we do. I mean, they really have banished all solitude. And demographically speaking, anxiety and anxiety-related disorders just jumps off the charts. As soon as you get to the first cohort that was born late enough to have access to ubiquitous smartphones and social media, it's a jump that's literally off the charts, in the sense that the demographers had never seen a jump that large before on anything they measured from generation to generation. So it's literally off the charts. And it's probably because of what's happening with the phones, and probably in part because this is a radical thing to do to a human mind, is to banish all solitude. So they're definitely much more anxious, which is problematic. Sherry Turkle at MIT has this book, Reclaiming Conversation, where she talks a lot about how in the workplace now, this generation coming to the workplace is having a very hard time just interacting, because they've done most of their communication digitally. But actually, face-to-face communication is very complicated and nuanced and practiced, and that's what you're supposed to spend your adolescence doing, is sort of navigating awkward social situations and trying to figure out how to do it. And so they're having a really hard time doing things like sitting down with the boss and talking to him. They're trying to keep all the communication electronic, which doesn't work, because I mean, there's no emotional nuance in emails, and everyone is, you have no idea. I mean, if I'm sitting across from you, I know if you're mad at me or not. I can tell by subtleties in your face. But if you send me an email, I don't know, and so I might read it as like you're furious at me, or I might read it as, because there's no nuance in it, right? So this is certainly a problem.
Well, forget about, I mean, young people don't even email; they just do text. And I just know from dealing with a lot of young people, it's like, listen, you need to call this person or set a meeting and go talk to them and sort out whatever problem you have.
That's a big ask.
And it's that is anxiety. Yeah, it's like, no, I just want to send this text. And well, let me read the text. And I'm like, this is not going to solve your problem. But there's a fear of that, that analog interaction.
Well, the reason there's a fear is because it's just really hard. So I spent a lot of time trying to understand the literature on the intersection between sociality and neuroscience and psychology. Our brains are set up to do this, right? The whole thing about our brains, human brains, are to be these social processing computers, but it's incredibly difficult. Like, a face-to-face conversation is an incredibly complicated dance of all sorts of mental systems. And it's hard to overestimate how much neuronal processing goes into this, and it's very hard, and so you have to practice it a lot. And it's what you're supposed to be doing. Babies practice this. You're supposed to be practicing as children. Your entire teenage years are socially awkward, in part because you're practicing. Right? You're getting a sense of what's appropriate, what's not, how to read facial cues. You learn about things like limbic consonance, which is trying to actually match the intonation and pacing of the other person's voice, because that makes it more comfortable. This is really, really practiced. And so for most people, by the time they get to adulthood, they have their 10,000 hours. But if you don't get those 10,000 hours because you did this instead, you looked at the screen, and then you throw someone into the major league game, it's really scary because they're not good at it.
You illustrate this with the rock, paper, scissors story in the book. Can you tell that?
Yeah, I mean, it turns out that you can be good at rock, paper, scissors, which, you know, it seems
like a game of chance.
It seems like it should be a game of chance. But if you get there was a period that unfortunately is no longer with us, but there was a period in which rock, paper, scissors tournaments were a thing, and ESPN, 8 would cover them, and I watched a bunch of these videos. But the champions would repeatedly win, right? So if you wouldn't see this if you were chance, that the people who did really well tended to do well consistently in the tournaments. And there's these videos online of these professional, I'm using air quotes here, rock, paper, scissors players that would go do essentially pickup matches with people on the street, and they would just win all the time, right? You can get good at rock, paper, scissors. And it turns out what they're doing is they're taking a lot of the things that our brain does in social processing, in particular like mentalizing, simulating the other person's brain, and they just get really good at it. And so they really are trying to understand, like, if I do this, you'll do this, but you're probably thinking I'm going to do this, so I'm going to counter that with this, and they have these back and forths, and they're playing these mental chess matches. But the tool they're using to play these mental chess matches are this incredibly sophisticated social processing hardware that we have in our brain.
Right. Is there a conscious awareness that they're doing that, or is it so deeply embedded in our
they're systematic. Mind? Yeah. From what I understand from the research is they're actually thinking through pretty systematically. I mean, they're listening instinctually to these processing centers in their brain, but they're going back and forth. They also do things like plant words. So, like, the match I talk about in the book is and it's kind of dumb. They get up on a boxing ring. They have with the cards, these guys in khakis in the boxing ring. But the one guy says, "All right, let's roll." Well, he's saying let's roll because he's trying to get the semantic connection to rock in the other player's brain, right? But then the other player recognizes this, right? And says, he's trying to get a semantic connection to rock, so I'll be more likely to play rock, so I'm going to play scissors because I think he would then play paper. But then the original guy is assuming that he was going to make that leap. Right. And so he's probably going to play scissors, so he does go to rock, and that's what he plays, and he wins that. He wins that particular match.
That's amazing. All right, so put me on a digital minimalism protocol. Like, how do we, if one wants to begin this process, what does it look like? What is your program?
Yeah, so I have one. I have a 30-day thing, which is a little bit outside of my typical style, right? I mean, the idea of having like a 30-day program is something that's maybe a little bit.
Makes you queasy.
It's a little more self-helpy. Yeah, it's a little bit more self-helpy than I normally am. But what I found is that you actually need it. You need something like it. The tips and the tricks aren't cutting it, right? The forces are so powerful that when I'm experimenting with different things, the thing that seemed to actually work, and nothing short of this seemed to be as effective, was saying, we're going to take 30 days, and you're going to step away from essentially any of the optional stuff in your personal digital life, right? So not the work stuff. That's a separate. It's a separate debate. I can't get you out of answering your boss's emails. But like the social media, the online news, the video games, the sort of streaming YouTube videos. 30 days, you're stepping away from all of that. During those 30 days, what do you do? Well, at first, there is a detox effect. But I'm not a big believer in digital detoxes as a standalone thing. I mean, to me, it doesn't make much sense. It seems like it's a weird sort of evolution of detoxing from substance abuse, where the idea of a detox is just the first step towards building a new life that doesn't have the original sort of offending behavior. But in the digital world, we have this idea that, like, well, you just need to take breaks and then go back to what you're doing before.
Right.
Which I don't get.
Sense. I mean, I do think the idea of doing something hard just because it's hard has inherent value in it, and that creating space in between you and the behavior is instructive and important, but it has to be followed
Should be the first step
with a protocol that's going to set you on a different trajectory, which kind of gets into, I mean, look, if you canvass, the blogosphere about how to manage this, it's all about these little tricks and tools. Take a break, go back, grayscale your phone, take them off, take these certain apps off of your phone. That
doesn't work.
I've tried a lot of that stuff, but I always end up lapsing back and just doing what I've always done.
Well, it's the same as fitness, food and fitness, right? I mean, so when we got hyper-palatable foods, everyone was getting unhealthy. Obesity was rising. We had a metabolic syndrome rising. Everything was going up. We tried the tips and tricks, right? Eat better. Eat less, eat better. We put food pyramids up, in the school nurses.
Do a diet. A diet is sort of like a detox.
Yeah, do a diet.
You go back to doing whatever you're doing
eat grapefruits for a month or whatever it is. And none of that was really working. So then you think, all right, who are the healthiest people we know? So, like, you're probably one of the healthiest people I know. How do the healthiest people got there? They almost always have a philosophy, right? Like, it's plant-based, right? I'm vegan or paleo or whatever it is, but it's usually something much more consistent and coherent than just tips.
Right, a set of guiding principles.
Guiding principles based on their values. They really believe into it, right? That's what we need in digital. So I think the grayscale, the do a digital Shabbat, take a break every once in a while, that's like the grapefruit diet and the food pyramid. It's tips and tricks. Eat less, move more. Not going to get it done. You actually need a philosophy. And so that's what digital minimalism is, basically like veganism for your digital life.
So spell out like a typical philosophy that would be workable in this context.
Right. Okay. So this is what you develop during this 30-day process, right? So I call it the declutter instead of a detox because it's more than detoxing. And so what do you do during these 30 days, right? So you're away from all this optional tech, you're getting some space, but you have work to do. And so the work I recommend is in classic minimalist fashion. You try to get back in touch with, well, what do I really care about? What do I actually want to spend my time doing outside of work? And you actually experiment. You go try things, right? You go back out, you get books out of the library, you join things, you invite people over for board game night. you try to rediscover.
You become your parents.
You become your parent. You think, what would my grandfather do on a Saturday afternoon? Let me try that, right? Let me go build a canoe or something. So you actually are doing a hard work of figuring out, well, what do I actually value? Because people don't know, for the most part, what do I actually care about in my life outside of how to work, because we filled that void with the screens. Then when the 30 days are over, you say, okay, just like Marie Kondo took everything out of the closet and the only things going back in are things that I really care about, it's the same thing with your digital life. You don't just go back to what you were doing before. You say, now that I know what I'm all about, I have this high bar, which is if I'm thinking about downloading an app or returning to some service, the question is this thing going to really help one of these things I really value? Is it going to give one of these things a really big boost? If so, I'll let it back in my life. Probably with some rules about how I use it, but I'll let it back in. If not, I'll miss out. And I don't care if it has some small value or some small convenience. And so it's about building the foundation of values that you need to actually have a minimalist approach to your tech. So it's I want tools to be used to really boost a small number of things I really care about and really value. And that's the whole ball game for me. I don't care that this has some small benefit or some minor convenience. I want to use tech to get big wins. And that's sort of a classic minimalist approach.
Yeah, and in order to be able to fairly adjudicate what those values are, you do need that clarity, and that clarity can only come with the decluttering process.
You need the time. And what I found, so I ran this experiment where I talked to my readers about a year ago, a little more than a year ago, so December 2017. I said, is anyone willing to do this declutter process? Because I want to hear about it from different walks of life. And because it was a big ask, I thought I would get like a dozen readers.
Right.
To the point where I was like, it'll be great. Like, I'll go hang out with these people. I'll be like journalistic. I'll hang out with my declutterers. 1,600 people signed up to do it.
Right.
Which was a sign that, okay, people are hungry.
Let me just interject here. What's Georgetown saying at this point? Because you're a professor at Georgetown. You're running this side hustle situation where you're doing experiments on people.
Yeah.
They're cool with everything.
Well,
This whole other life that you have.
Well, this wasn't. Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, from like a Georgetown perspective, it wasn't an experiment, right? For it to be an experiment, I would have to be having a protocol for gathering data. It was more like I was encouraging readers, hey, you should try this thing, and because I'm curious, and let me know. I'd be curious to sort of hear what it was like for you. And so then 1,600 people signed up to do it. Yeah, I don't know what Georgetown thinks. But actually, you know what? In fairness, I'm a computer scientist. I'm a technologist, but I also write public facing about the impact of tech on culture. Like, I think there's a through line there.
Yeah,
and I think Georgetown's a great place to do it because it has this old history of studying human flourishing. But yeah, so I do this, right? I do this experiment, and people start sending me reports. And one of the things I noticed is that there's a huge age split. So people who are old enough to have gone through like their teenage and young adult years without ubiquitous smartphones and social media, for them, that 30-day process was a lot of rediscovering. It's like, oh yeah, the things that I used to do, I remember this now. It's just sort of like dusting off whatever. For the young people, it was terrifying because they had never had those answers before. So they were starting from scratch, and it was like an existential void to the point now where I actually recommend to young people, before you do the declutter, maybe spend some time for a couple months just trying to get back in touch ahead of time.
So you don't have a full-blown existential crisis.
People were. I mean, it really was. Yeah, people were, especially younger people.
That's concerning.
Yeah.
About humanity in general.
That first day without the phone was, that's Nietzsche right there staring into the void. Like, what am I going to do, right?
It puts you in a straitjacket.
Yeah.
Wow. Like full-blown panic at just not knowing what to do with yourself.
Yeah, one young woman told me that for 10 days, she was compulsively checking the weather app. Because it was the last thing she had left on the phone that actually like had some information. Like you could click on it and you could get new information.
Could get her hit.
Yeah. So she was like a meteorological expert for about 10 days.
Yeah. No, I read that, but then she said it faded and then she was okay.
It took about 10 days, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it faded. And so I appreciated. Also, a lot of people told me that they, some people kind of just regarded the rule and said, okay, when this is over, I'm going to go back to everything, and it lost the taste. And so after the 30 days, they're like, I'm going to put everything back on my phone, and then they go and they click, and they realize how arbitrary some of this is. Like, wow, just like scrolling these pictures and hitting these whatever, and then they stop using it, right? Like, it doesn't take long to lose your taste for some of this behavior.
And how many of the 1,600 didn't make it through the 30 days?
Probably a lot. I mean, I only heard from whatever subset, like a few hundred, right? And the people who reported I didn't make it through, so I actually had some sense of why they didn't. It seemed to be for one or two reasons. One, if they were just treating it like a pure detox, like I just want to break before going back, that was very hard to succeed. Because their brain was like, this is painful. We know we're going back to all of this again. Why bother suffering like another couple weeks? And then the other people who had trouble were those who really didn't take seriously the charge of figuring out what I want to do instead. If you don't have an answer you really believe in, and like, this is what I actually want to do with my time, then it just seems like arbitrary deprivation.
Well, it goes back to the philosophy issue, right?
Yeah, so if you can connect it to real values, changes can be very sustainable. But if it's just, I don't like doing this, and so I just want to do this less, and I'm just kind of committing to not doing this, I want to look at the screen less because, I don't know, it's kind of unfavorable. I don't like the feeling of it. That's actually very hard to sustain. But if instead you're saying, I really care about X, Y, Z, and so I've built a digital life that really boosts these things I care about, it's much, much easier to stick with it.
One of the ways that you illustrate this value-based approach to adoption and use of technology is through the lens of the Amish community, which I found fascinating. I didn't know anything about this.
Yeah.
So explain that, because that was really cool.
Yeah, the Amish are interesting if you want to understand why minimalism often works, right? Like why we end up happier, even though we are avoiding some things that might bring us small amounts of value. And so the key thing about the Amish is people often incorrectly think that they essentially froze their technology, like maybe in the late 18th century or something. Like, okay,
Yeah, you drive through that part of the country
Yeah,
and you see the buggies.
you see the
and you're
buggies.
just like, what is going on?
Yeah, so you think that for whatever reason that their religion must have told them that tech reached its peak in whatever 1790 and they're going to stop. But that's not at all actually what's happening. And if you spend time among the Amish, you'll keep seeing all these incongruous things. And so I write about, so Kevin Kelly, the technologist, spent a lot of time when he was younger among the Lancaster County Old Order Amish, and he writes a lot about it. And he talks about, for example, you show up
He has an Amish beard, doesn't he?
he has an Amish beard. Well, and that's why he spent a lot of
Is that
time with the
why?
Amish. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, it's purposeful. But he talks about how weird it is at first because you'll show up and like an Amish kid will go by on rollerblades, and the moms are using disposable diapers, and they have solar panels. And I write in the book about this Mennonite family, which is very related to Amish, that has a computerized $200,000 CNC routing machine right out there.
Yeah, and
That-
it seems to not make sense,
Yeah.
like a mishmash.
it's a mishmash, right?
Right.
So what's really going on? Well, it turns out that the Amish are incredibly intentional about how they use technology. And their rule is pretty simple. The main thing they care about is the strength of the community. And so their rule is if a new technology comes along, we will evaluate it based solely on whether it helps this value or not. So if it helps our community keep it together, okay. But if it hurts the community, it pushes people apart or hurts the social fabric, then we don't want to use it. And they'll often experiment, right? Kelly calls it the Amish alpha geek. So they'll have like someone say, great, smartphones are a thing. All right, Jebediah or whatever, try it. Let's watch
they let
you.
one guy go
One
out
guy.
and like, go nuts.
Go nuts. And then they'll watch it and say, okay, I don't think that's a great idea. That seems to be hurting the community, so we're not going to do it. Or something like disposable diapers, like, all right, it's not hurting the community and it seems convenient, so we will use it. And so this is why, for example, they can have generators. Like electricity doesn't bring the community apart, but being plugged into the power grid, that was worrisome to them because now you're kind of connected into the utilities and you have to interact more with the outside world. It's why they use tractors. But cars are really, almost no community uses cars. And all the communities make their own decisions. They have a local council that makes these decisions. Cars, when almost any Amish community tried them, what they found was that people would leave the village. Instead of visiting people on Sunday afternoon, they would go drive places to do things that are more interesting. So like cars,
splintering
yeah,
the
cars they don't
connectivity
like.
of
Yeah.
the community.
Most Amish communities have phones, but it'll be in like a communal phone booth. When people had phones in their house, they stopped visiting each other.
Right. So to drill it down into their philosophy or their value-based culture, it's a prioritization of community, and that community connectivity is paramount.
It's paramount. And so they're betting that being intentional is going to be more important than convenience, because obviously their decisions are incredibly inconvenient. And yet the older Amish communities have survived. Sort of surprisingly, they have survived. I mean, it's not like they're isolated on some island somewhere, right? I mean, it's surrounded by Eastern Seaboard civilization. Most young Amish go on this Rumspringa a year where they go out there. So it's not like they don't know what's going on.
80 to 90% of them come back.
Yeah, 80-90% come back. So they know what's going on, and they know what they're missing out, and yet these communities survive. And so to me, the interesting conclusion there is that intentionality is incredibly powerful.
Right.
And so you can carry that over to your digital life and say, yeah, you might lose some convenience if you don't use this particular app that has a couple of use cases that are useful. But if the reason you're not using this app is because it's not part of your intentional plan to make your life better, the value you're going to get out of being so intentional is going to swamp what you lost in these minor inconveniences.
Right, but the key thing is having extreme clarity about what your philosophy and your values are,
That's
because
the tricky part.
everything orients around that. And if you don't have that, then you're not going to have a clear direction about how to manage all of these things.
And that's the hard part. And that's why I say 30 days.
And that's what you
yeah.
need the deep work to do that, right? That's
right. You got to be comfortable with deep work. Yeah, but
it's a vicious cycle.
But like you could do this minimalism thing over a weekend, right? In theory, like why not just take a weekend and Mary Kondo, she does it in one episode, right? I have to add the 30 days. Why do I have to add the 30 days? Is because it actually takes a lot of time to figure out
Yeah.
what are the values.
Yeah.
It takes time.
Yeah, you need that time.
Yeah.
You know, back to the diet context, there's people that do these nutritional protocols where they have a cheat day once a week. And,
Yeah.
for me, just knowing like my self-awareness is that that's not going to work for me, because if I could, go off the rails one day a week, then that's going to be 2 days a week. And then it's going to be pretty much every day. Similarly, in the technology space, to be able to have that option at arm's length at all times, I think fails to address the core issue that you're trying to get to.
Yeah. So once it's based in values, right, as opposed to just, I want to weigh less or something like this. If it's just like, oh, I want to weigh less, and so like a cheat day, like on paper, shouldn't affect that or something like that. But when you go to values, that this I think is the right way to live. Right?
And so, do you have a protocol for how people can get clarity on those values for themselves during that 30-day period?
It's a lot of reflection. So to me, it's reflection plus experimentation. So you sit and you think, and you come up with some, I think this might be what I care about, and you go out there and you experiment, and you come back and you revise. And then you should just have the confidence that what you come up with during this 30 days is not the final answer. It's not going to be etched into stone. You're allowed to keep changing this and evolving it, but at least it's enough time to get to something that has some thought behind it.
Right. And then in a very pragmatic, logical way, you can evaluate each, app that you're considering downloading from the App Store against that value-based system to adjudicate whether that's going to bring enough value to buffer against whatever negative consequences it also brings.
Yeah, that's right. And it can be subtle, right? And so something that a lot of digital minimalists do is they always go one step further than the binary question of what I use. They often always add the second step of how and when I use it. And so because it can be a little subtle. So like one of the examples that came up a lot in the book was visual artists really depend on Instagram, because if you're a visual artist, you have to do creative creative insight. Creative insight, you have to have a lot of exposure to other creative work. That's the fuel that fuels creativity, which is why it used to be, artists all lived in the same small number of neighborhoods, right? Because that's where the galleries were, and they had to see what other people were doing. So Instagram is this big boon for visual artists. That's what I learned, because now you don't have to live in Greenwich Village. You can still see what other people are doing and get that creative input. So when a lot of visual artists do the minimalism procedure, a lot of them say, okay, Instagram definitely passes that test for me. I really value creative output, and this really helps my creative output. But if they just stopped at the binary, I use it or not, it could also become a crutch. They're using this thing on their phone all the time, and maybe it's actually going to take their time away from doing the work. And so like what a lot of the visual artists I talked to did is, after deciding to use Instagram, they said, well, what's the how and when? And almost always the answer was, there's no reason for it to be on my phone. That just serves the stock price of the company. It's fine if it's on my computer, and I'll carefully curate who I follow. Like these 10 artists are particularly influential, and they often have some sort of schedule. Like, I go on Sunday, and I see like what they've been doing, and it takes about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And so it's that sort of intentionality, and you can put a little bit of structures or rules around it. Then you really start to get big wins out of the tech.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I think the pernicious delusion is that whether you're an artist or whatever it is that you're into, that we use these apps and we use our digital diet in a way that we delude ourselves into believing is actually moving us forward, but is actually just procrastination from doing the actual thing. Like, I've had days where I've sat for 5 hours and done emails, gone through all this stuff, which I suppose on some level has some value.
Yeah.
And then it is like that junk food thing. I'll go to bed that night and I'll think, I don't even know what I did all day. Like, I feel like I just wasted the entire day. And then the next day, there's just a million more emails to deal with.
Well, that's what makes it complicated.
And there's that built-in, little dopamine rush or whatever that makes you feel like you're accomplishing something, but you're not actually doing anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's also definitely out there, which is why I think having these rules about how you use things instead of just the yes no is actually usually pretty instructive, because a lot of times you'll use the general idea that this technology could be useful to me as the excuse that allows it to become this constant companion, this thing that you're always using. Like, for example, roughly speaking, of the people who reported back to me from the Declutter experiment, I would say 50% of them kept some social media in their life, and 50% essentially got rid of all of it. When they went through the exercise of what do I value, 50% had some values to which social media served. But of those 50%, it was like 90+% took it off their phone. Because when they actually went through, well, what is the value I get out of this particular social media platform that's really important to me, almost never did that value require them to check it 100 times a day.
Yeah.
And so this was a really common thing among the minimalists who use social media, is that they don't have it on their phone. And that alone gets rid of sort of like 98% of the cost.
Yeah, because the experience on a desktop or a laptop is just inherently different.
Yeah, and they put the money, when it came to the compulsive use, they put the money in the mobile. That was the bet they made around 2011, 2012, is that this thing is with people all the time. And so we need to make this addictive because it's with people all the time and get a lot of eyeballs. It was a little bit less useful for them to make the desktop versions as addictive.
One of the things that I use on my laptop when I want to write is this program called Freedom. You know about this? It basically turns off the internet. It's impossible to get online for a preset time.
Yeah.
But still, that's like a Band-Aid. You know, that's not really addressing the underlying, like if you can salve that underlying need and drive by doing the things that you're talking about, then the need for something like Freedom will be less acute.
I think that's true. So Freedom, what I found is a lot of people use it as like a training tool. You use it for maybe a month at a time, right? Because you essentially are trying to lose the taste. So where people use it very successfully, I think, is for training themselves out of the web surfing habit. Because that's one of these things where, well, it's just there.
Right.
I'm on my computer.
I've got 40 tabs open.
Yeah. You have the browser. You can't. It's like social. Maybe you don't use Facebook, right? You can like not use an app, but the web is always there. And we build these web surfing habits where you go through the cycle of the 20 sites you always look at or something like that. So a lot of Freedom, for example, you go, let's say, a month of you actually block those sites while you're working. You can't do the cycle. You find after a month, more often than not, that you turn off the Freedom blocking and you've lost the taste to have to do that.
Right.
I mean, I went through this similar exercise real early on in sort of my working career, where I found that I had this web surfing cycle and I sort of trained myself out of web surfing. And now I don't know how to web surf, which is a huge boon, actually. If you don't have a stable of sites that you go through, like I go here, I go here, I go here, I go here. If you lose that taste, it's like a huge boon to your productivity.
Yeah. Have you noticed a difference between somebody who is living a life more as a manager of people versus somebody who is a more creative type, somebody who's creating content, producing, things that come out of deep work? Because Ryan Holiday talks about this a lot. He wrote a blog post about the difference between managers and makers. Somebody who's a manager, they're generally in a corporate culture. There's a lot of people involved in things like, Slack and email, and meetings. That's their whole day, is like moving pieces around a board. And that's productive in the construct of what they do and how they kind of advance within their own world, versus somebody who's writing a book, or, people who really need to kind of engage with solitude in a fundamentally different way.
Well, I think there's two things going on. So one, we have moved more of that managerial work into the work cycle of the creatives. And so this is something that there's an economist named Peter Sassoon who wrote this paper back in the early 90s, when the personal computer was really becoming well used in the office place. And he had this effect he documented called the diminishment of intellectual specialization. Well, what's happening is that network computers made it possible. There's a lot of administrative type of managerial tasks that used to be hard enough that you had to have dedicated people to do them. They became easy enough that now, like in theory, anyone could do them. And so we began to merge roles. So now even the typical, creative worker, someone who does high-level cognitive work, is doing tons of administrative and managerial type of activities all the time. They're interacting with HR and this and that and all these committees, and we've merged those two worlds. And so I think one thing that we have to do is re-separate that much more clearly. Right now they're too merged. Everyone's just sort of in this general pool of we have inboxes and answer things. But two, I think the way that a lot of managing happens today is itself probably very ineffective. And so a lot of managing today is this sort of hyperactive hive mind. Let's just keep this unstructured conversation going. Right. And we're trying to talk here, talk there, what's going on here, connect this to that. But in an age before email, there's a lot more structure to what it meant to manage, right? And so I think that's also problematic. We've gone down to this sort of least common denominator approach to managing, where it's let's just kind of keep everyone talking. If I can reach you at any time and you can reach me at any time, we can have this ongoing unstructured conversation, just try to figure things out on the fly. And so, yeah, if you're a manager using that approach to work, you have to constantly be connected. Because if you're not servicing these conversations, the whole thing falls apart.
Yeah.
The wheels grind to a halt. But something I've been arguing, I'm working on a new book about this, is that that's not necessarily the only way to do this.
Right.
We could be more structured. I mean, I think there's a lot of innovation to happen in understanding, I call it attention capital theory, understanding the best way to sort of hire a bunch of minds and get value out of it. We're in the early stages of this. And what we're doing now, it's like the primitive factories in the early industrial age, before we really figured out how do you actually use industrial capital to build things efficiently. We're in the early stages, I think.
Yeah.
At least that's my claim.
No, I heard you say that if you were running Google, that you would just make sure that anyone who's programming is completely there. You cannot contact these people. Like we're
No
paying
email
these people a
address.
lot of money
Yeah.
to like do what they do. Like leave them alone. Like let them do what they do. But
Yeah.
if you're bugging them every 5 minutes, then you're not getting the value out of them that you could be getting.
Yeah, to me it's crazy. If I ran Google and I'm paying whatever 500,000 or 600,000 for a 10x programmer, I don't want to have an email address.
Right.
I'll hire someone. I'll hire someone that can do like a 22-year-old
Put
to
them in
do
his
nothing
own
but
Faraday cage.
yeah, with their team, right? So they can collaborate. I'll hire a 22-year-old to have 19 screens open and do everything on their behalf. But yeah, I have an article in the latest Chronicle of Higher Education where I'm basically making this claim about professors. And I say this is crazy. They titled it as "Email Making Professors Stupid." They say that the whole point of this profession is to sort of think deeply and teach really well. And all we do is email. And I was like, but there's no reason for this. University is not a really competitive business. It's very stable. We can experiment. We'll be okay. I think higher education, that was the point of this article, higher education should take the lead in radically reforming how we work so that professors essentially spend like most of their time actually thinking and trying to teach the best classes and produce original research.
But now we all have to go on 10-day Vipassana silent meditation retreats to get that.
Yeah, okay, but then we come back. Then we come back and we still have to answer the email from HR,
yeah, right.
and go into the intranet to enter our expense receipts, and I just don't think we have this. We don't have this figured out yet, and I think there's going to be a first mover advantage. I think it's going to come out of Silicon Valley. This is where a lot of innovation is happening in workflows, is in software development, because yes, it's digital and on a screen, but it's pretty close to an industrial metaphor because you're producing a product, and they're really starting to experiment now with like agile methodologies, like Scrum, and you see things like Kanban, where they're trying to get creative about how do we actually structure work, how do we communicate with each other, where are tasks actually tracked, as opposed to just we're all in our inboxes, we're all just talking to each other. And I think when the first Google comes along and says our programmers don't have email addresses anymore, and they make whatever 2x more revenue, then it's just going to be this tipping point where everyone's going to do the same thing.
I can see that happening. I mean, we were talking before the podcast 2 days ago. I was up at Jack Dorsey's house in San Francisco. I had him on the podcast, and it was a super interesting experience for a lot of reasons, not the least of which was just getting a glimpse, like being in his home and spending several hours with him, getting a glimpse on how this guy, who's the CEO of two of the biggest companies in Silicon Valley, actually lives his life on a daily basis. And I was struck with the extent to which that lifestyle is driven by purpose and value that correlates directly with minimalism. I mean, his house is oriented around a very sparse, stoic, streamlined, minimalistic lifestyle. The guy meditates at least an hour every day, an hour every morning. He's eliminated distractions. He works 2 days a week from his home, where he literally sits at his kitchen counter overlooking the ocean. He sits at his kitchen counter the way a lot of people do. He could be living extravagantly, but he's really not. I got a glimpse of it. And just the grounded, very intentional way that he communicated to me about how he makes decisions about how his time is allocated was profound, I think. And I think it's what allows him to have the equanimity and the composure to be able to manage everything that's coming at him every single day. And I can't help but think that will, at some point, that methodology, that philosophy, that perspective will find its way downstream into the way that these companies are crafted from the ground up to create more efficient work systems that are oriented around getting the best out of people in the most holistic way.
I think you're right. I mean, really, the main issue is convenience, but this is always the tale when you look at innovation and how we do commerce in different technological periods. Is usually the pushback is against convenience, right? So the assembly line was an incredibly inconvenient way to run a factory. Like, it's a giant pain. Like, you got to spend more money. There's all these hard edges now. Like, we don't get this just right. This piece is going to pile up at this piece, and now we need more managers. We have to put in all this new technology, right? It's like it's a huge pain, but it produced cars, to next faster. It's going to be similar if we try to restructure knowledge work to focus on getting a return on attention capital. So to focus on people producing value with their brains in a sustainable way, it's going to generate tons of inconveniences, right? Because I can't now just reach you. It's incredibly convenient if I can just reach you. And we don't have to think about structure and channels. And I spent some time recently going back and learning about the structure they used in the Apollo program, right? So how did we send a man to the moon without email? And I got into like how they actually did this, right? I mean, it was all these teams all around the country, like billions of dollars, and how did they actually coordinate, because they couldn't just send emails back and forth. And it's a huge pain, right? You have to these interfaces and protocols, but it worked. And so that's what we're up against now. So the reason why a lot of these efforts have failed is if you're not Jack Dorsey, if you're not at the very top, what you're doing is going to make life inconvenient for someone above you, probably make life inconvenient for some people at your level as well. And so how do we overcome that? It's like a chicken and the egg problem. And I think that's why we're at this stalemate, where people increasingly recognize this is not the right way to work. But no one can really take the first step because, making the jump from the old way you build cars to the assembly line, it sort of required a Henry Ford to say, what the hell, let's just do it because I said so. And it's going to be a huge pain and I don't care, right?
And so the next book is World Without Email, right? And so what does that look like?
Well, I mean, that's the basic idea, is moving past this sort of generic hyperactive hive mind workflow, which is we're all just in conversation all day long, unstructured, and actually figure out a workflow that makes sense for your business. And so you think about the main capital resource in knowledge work as being human brains. And so like in any sort of capital industry, how do we get the best return on that capital? Well, now you have to really care about things like context switching. Now you have to care about sustainability. I mean, you really do burn people out pretty fast when they have to do these second shifts at night to try to catch up on all their email or this or that. And so I'm still early in the research for the book. But basically, I'm arguing that this bet we made that just making communication faster and more flexible was going to make us all more productive turned out to be a failed bet. And so now it's time to try something else. So I foresee in the future, I'm not quite sure what it'll look like, but I think we're going to have much more specialization of roles, much more sort of structured and bespoke systems for how information moves in between places, much more respect for psychology. So how does a brain stay happy? How does a brain produce a lot of value? And so we're going to see a lot of these type of properties. A lot more of a separation, I think, from cognitive production and administration. I mean, there's a lot of different ideas we're going to see, but hopefully what we're not going to see is just a generic inbox that has 1,000 emails and that your main work activity is just trying to churn through the inbox.
Right. Well, I also think, I can't help but think that the maturation of AI is going to play a huge role in how we navigate all of that as well. Well, some of these human cognitive skills can be, offloaded onto supercomputer
that's the end game.
brains.
Yeah, I mean, that's the end game, but it's actually, not only is the end game, there's a lot of money being invested right now in doing exactly this. Can we essentially have AI play the role that like Leo McGarry played for, President Bartlett in the West Wing, like the chief of staff, like that manages all of the communication for you, manages, all the passing back and forth of information. It can just tell you, like, Rich, like, here's what you should be working on today. I've gathered all the things you need. I'll get it to the person who needs it when you're done. But this is going to be this sort of good news, bad news thing, right? A lot of money's being put into doing this. Let's say we succeed. And now all creative workers have essentially an AI chief of staff that talks to each other's AI chief of staff. Now as a creative worker, mainly what you're going to do is think hard. It'll take care of everything else. This is what you should be working on. I've got it all here for you. That sounds like good news, right? I mean, you don't have to do email all day. But because we're doing email all day, it's going to make you much, much more effective. And so now if I'm running a company, I'm thinking, I don't need 12 people, right? I don't need 12 ad copywriters anymore. 6 will do it because they're not spending their time doing email all day. Or I don't need this many lawyers. This many can get the same amount. of work done, or I don't need these many programmers, because with AI offloading all the context switching, they're much more effective. So it's possible that the creative class that feels like they're immune from AI because what they do directly can't be automated is not as immune as they think. Because if the AI can take out all of the other stuff that's making us really inefficient, we're not going to need as many of us anymore.
Yeah, that's something that Yuval talks a lot about.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that dawn is coming
Yeah.
soon, and things are going to get messy and interesting.
Yeah, so either it's going to be terrible, like we're going to need a lot less creative workers, or we'll have some sort of creative destruction and figure out many more domains to use high-level creative thinking. We'll see. But yeah, it's going to be disruptive.
So talk me through your own information and technology diet. You know, as somebody who's written all these books and somebody who, you know, is in computer science, teaches computer science, is also blogging, like you're not completely offline. So how do you get your news and your information? What does that diet look like?
So I have no social media. I read a paper newspaper every morning. The Washington Post gets delivered to my door, so that's
Such
how
an old man.
I am an old man. I know, I'd be good. Give me 150 years ago, I'd be great. Sort of like small town lawyer or something.
You and Ryan Holiday should have. You're both born out of time.
Yeah, but he bought the ranch, so he's a step ahead of me. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not shooting boar off my back porch.
Yeah, but you're taking long walks in Tacoma Park.
Yeah, that's yeah. You're right. It's like Ryan Holiday without the boar, without killing the boars. Yeah. So I get my news of the world primarily from the newspaper, which I actually like because the articles aren't algorithmically selected for me. So I end up reading things I wouldn't normally have clicked on. So you sort of learn about interesting world and local events. I read a lot of books. It's sort of part of what I need to do for my job is that I'm just constantly reading books. And this maybe is unfair because it's not generally replicatable, but I have this email address called interesting@calnewport.com because I have these great readers. I've been blogging for over a decade. I'm a huge blogging fan. There's a lot of reasons why I think this was probably the way to do the social internet, not these big platforms. So I have this great readership and incredibly smart and really has their finger on what's going on. And so this address, I say, well, if there's like an article online or something I really should know about, send it to this address. And so it's kind of not fair because that's not generally replicatable, but this is where I often come across, interesting things that are going on relevant to my work is that my readers will send it to me. Like, oh, you got to see this article in the New York Times. So it's sort of like my own ad hoc social media
Yeah,
network.
but you've just created your own social network.
Yeah, except for it's
basically.
not attention engineered, so I can't look at it 150 times a day. But also, a lot of the other tips I get about what I should be reading or what I should be doing comes from the old-fashioned type of social networking, which is, I have good friends, especially in the industry, like other writers and stuff I know about, and we talk. And we get together, and they say, you should read this, have you heard about this? And so it's just old-fashioned social networking. Yeah. And that seems to work. I mainly don't web surf. I don't entertain myself online very much. I have no bookmarks. When I work, I'm very scheduled. So when I work, I'm very intense. Like, I'm doing this right now as intensely as possible. And then when I'm done working. So I don't really have idle time for, I don't have time to fill with sort of web
But when you
surfing.
are working, especially in the research phase of putting these books together, I would imagine you have to have some tabs open because you're researching things and you're trying to find out information about this and that. It can't all be in print books.
Yeah, right. So I do get useful leads. I do some interneting to find articles. Often I really separate them. So like on this trip to California, for example, I have a folder on my computer full of PDFs. They're all stories on latest psych research on social media's effect on positive well-being because I'm writing this article right where I need to know these things. And so I had a gathering step where I gathered all of that. And now I have these articles with me and, I was reading them on the plane. And so the processing I see, which is something that in academia is very normal. Like, so in academia, if you're doing academic research, especially in like math like I do, the typical structure is you find the articles, you print them, then you have the articles with you. And then there's this long period of sort of tangling with the articles. And because it's so complicated usually to figure out math proofs, it's a completely separate activity. It's trying to tangle with a printed article and figure it out. And so that separation is very clear to me. There's gathering stuff, then a completely separate activity is trying to make sense of it.
And what kind of phone do you have?
So I just got a new one. So I had my wife's old iPhone. And then it started clicking on its own, which I discovered when I'd be in Uber, and it would just change the route while it was still in my pocket. So I don't know. I don't know what number it is.
So you have an iPhone.
I do have
you
an
have
iPhone,
a certain
yeah.
number of apps on there, but
Yeah.
just no social media apps.
Yeah.
So, for example, you took an Uber out to my house, a long drive. Like, what did you do in the car? Like, were you looking at your phone?
No, I talked to Oscar.
Did you?
Yeah, it's fascinating. We learned a lot. I learned about his daughter. I learned about.
It was so engrossing that he took some wrong turns, right?
We missed a couple exits.
Right.
He didn't seem to notice. I noticed because I could see it. But hey, we got here. Yeah, the phone. So if you take off the apps in which someone makes money every time you tap on it, it really does put the phone back into that original Jobs he envisioned, which is this beautiful tool that you take out to do certain things, and it does it really, really well. Like, you can call an Uber, you can look up a map, you can, look up a movie time, like maybe I want to go to this movie theater or something like this. Or if you're meeting someone, like I can text them, like, yeah, I'm around the corner. Like, it's great for that. But it's such a different relationship because it's not the constant companion model.
Right. Let's talk about parenting. We both have young kids. How do you think about and talk about how we should effectively parent our children around these devices?
I'm trying to figure it out. So my oldest is 6. So it's like we're not quite at that urgent stage of relevance, but I've been looking into a lot, talking to a lot of parents who are, to try to find out. And a couple things I'm noticing is, one, there really does seem to be an issue, especially with adolescents. And
it's huge.
It's huge.
It's massive.
And there's this weird kind of tit for tat thing going on in the research literature and the psych research literature where someone will publish something that says this is negative, and then someone else, because it's all about pushing back on trends, will say, no, you're looking at the numbers wrong, it's not so negative. You talk to any parent and there seems to be no confusion. Like, this is negative.
It's not debatable.
Yeah.
But it's tricky.
It's very tricky, yeah.
I can't tell my 15-year-old daughter that she can't use her phone. And even to the extent that I want to police behavior around that, it becomes very, tricky.
Yeah. Well, you have the bad luck of timing because this is new. And so my conjecture is culture's going to change on this.
I think so. I mean, I have 2 boys that are 22 and 23, and I would almost put them in the neo-Luddite camp. Like, they're really analog. Like, they're not interested. I mean, they have Instagram accounts. They almost never post. They don't look at it.
Yeah.
They don't, if I text them, it takes forever for them to text me. But, like, they're just not online. And then I look at my 2 daughters, completely different picture.
Yeah. Well, but they're right in the sweet spot from like a timing perspective, a cultural timing perspective. We're sort of at the height of like teenage, especially teenage girls, social media, and smartphone use.
And this is their vernacular. This is the vocabulary. This is, a 15-year-old girl, the most important thing in her life is her social life, right?
And that's not going to change.
And if the phone is at the vortex of all of that, and this is how they communicate. Yeah. And so it's not a simple matter of like, okay, phone between this time and this time.
No, I think so. So the way I think the culture is going to change is, I think the idea that adolescents use these sort of highly appealing social media applications, I think that's going to change. I think a move towards maybe simpler phones, I think that might change as well, because we have 2 things happening right now. We have the health research that's saying this is starting to get scary. Even though there is some debate on it, there's some pretty scary numbers on what happens once you get widespread social media use.
Mental well-being, you mean?
Mental well-being, and the corresponding hospitalizations for self-harm and suicide attempts goes right up with it. But 2, I'm picking up when I'm on the road from parents talking about there's this growing emergent resistance from the teenagers themselves. That they're starting to get, just like people of our age and older are starting to get tired of how much they're looking at their phone, the teenagers are not happy about having to maintain their Snapchat streaks or whatever it is. I mean, it seems like work. It's they know too that it's a problem. And so what I think Jonathan Haidt, the psychologist Jonathan Haidt, has this great idea, which is because he really cares about this as well. And he's been on the road talking about this. And what he's saying is we don't need to convince, let's say, everyone in your daughter's class to stop using social media and a smartphone before it's palatable for her. What you need is like 3 people.
The cool people.
It's positive deviance theory, right? Where it makes it a possibility. Like, some people don't do it. Now that makes it a legitimate option that you don't have to do it. You wouldn't be the only one not to do it. And so his take, which I find optimistic, is getting from everyone does this to there's 3 people who don't, is not a huge gap, but that's pretty much the gap you have to jump that gives cover to people, let's say young people, who are really unhappy about what's going on here. And so anyways, that's what I'm hoping. If my kids were just coming to that age right now, I think it would be hard. I mean, I think I would be really, so the work I've done on this, I'd be really reluctant to let them have a smartphone.
Yeah, it's deeply concerning.
Yeah.
The train's already pulled out of the station in our house, you know, and there are times where I feel powerless. Like I really just don't know what the right thing to do or say is.
Yeah. Well, and it's also arbitrary. The actual sort of activities on some of these apps is so oddly contrived, like with these streaks and these pictures, and you tap on these things and it's attention engineered. The whole thing just feels a little bit, sort of unsavory.
I know, man.
Yeah.
But you're optimistic?
It's because I'm sensing this groundswell. I don't know. I said in GQ magazine, I said that we were going to look back in 10 years at giving a teenager a smartphone like we would giving a teenager a pack of cigarettes, and that got me into some trouble.
Did it?
Yeah.
I read that article. It was a very long article, and it was pretty point blank, straightforward on that point.
Yeah. So I know it's more complicated, but I've decided the role I'm going to play is I'll advocate for one of the extremes.
Yeah. But when you contextualize that against, kind of how you talk about the progression of these technologies over time in the book, starting with Samuel Morse and Morse code, and the gestalt of these things is constant forward progression and acceleration without ever taking that moment, that beat to say, why are we doing this, or how is this serving us? And that's the human condition.
And the constant forward momentum picture is a little bit, it's more complicated than that, right? Because actually it's this bifurcations. We try all these things, and some of them keep moving on, and some of these bifurcations are dead ends. And so, like, a lot of the work I do is trying to separate, let's say, large social media platforms from the social internet project in general. And so it's completely reasonable to think about a lot of these social media platforms as just being a fork, right? That's kind of a dead end, right? A lot of the different things, messy things that we're trying when we have internet and people are trying to figure out the right way to use the internet, we're going to try a lot of things. And the idea that, 5 years from now we don't use Snapchat anymore doesn't necessarily represent, an end to forward progress. It could actually be completely consistent with a narrative of forward progress. That's part of progress in technology, is this sort of evolution and experimentation to try to understand. Think about the first .com boom, right, in the late 90s. It was about, okay, the internet should all be about e-commerce. That's what the internet's going to be. It's everyone's going to have a store, and everyone can sell to everyone. It's going to unlock, and it didn't work, right? It turned out that we only need one store, Amazon, and so this wasn't going to fuel the economy. And so we tried again, like, well, maybe the internet's all going to be about social, and like that's what's going on now. It's not about the first .com crash was not about, I guess, an end to the forward progress of the internet. I think it's part of this sort of more, when you're in the moment, it's much more messy. And so that's why I think we have to keep critically engaged. Like, well, what are we doing with this tech? Do I really need to be doing this? What could be better? Is blogging better than Facebook? Maybe, these type of questions, I think locally might seem like tech versus Luddite or something like that. But it's actually a big part of the process of actually trying to evolve how we use tech in our culture.
Well, you can telescope up from technology in general. I mean, technology is what is consuming our focus and our attention at the moment. But really, ultimately, fundamentally, what you're talking about is living an intentional life versus living a reactive life.
Yeah.
And technology is the template upon which you're, explaining these things. But it does go back to, Stoic philosophy in certain respects. Like, what does it mean to live a meaningful life?
We always have to keep coming back to this question. And there's all sorts of cultural forces that require us to come back to this question. And so, right now, I think you're right to point out that, like, right now, technology is one of the things that's making us having to re-examine this question.
Yeah.
Just like we had in the sort of the 80s and 90s, maybe heightened consumerism had to make us think about this question. The secularization of Western culture has forced a lot of people in the last 100 years to rethink about this question. There's all sorts of forces that keep bringing us back to this fundamental question.
Right, and to kind of tie it to the book that preceded this deep work, this idea that deep work is what gives our life meaning.
Yeah.
Right. So let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I ended on that quote that something like the deep life is a good life, which was a more general observation. I mean, one of the things that was interesting about that book is that it was supposed to all be just professional productivity, right? That's what this is about. And I ended up adding this chapter about, deep work is meaningful, because I kept running into all these different sources that were from all sorts of different disciplines that all were making the same argument, that focusing intensely on something that's really valuable is a huge source of satisfaction. It's a huge source of meaning. And when you get away from that, you lose that satisfaction and meaning. And so even though that book was supposed to be a business book, I couldn't help having this chapter in there where I was talking about philosophers. And we were really understanding, the value. It got a little bit head in the clouds, but I was talking about the value, the wheelwright, like the wheelwright who understands the intrinsic properties of the wood, and that's like now he has this system of values that's cited outside of himself. And what makes wood good or not good is not his own decision. It's a part of it, and then in that you actually get this founded sense of meaning. I mean, it can get pretty heady.
But the pursuit of mastery, right?
Yeah,
it's like Hero dreams of sushi. Somebody who devotes their life in pursuit of mastering a certain thing, there's inherent value and meaning, and that will drive your life forward with purpose.
Yeah, and can help you make decisions about, well, I don't use this, and I don't answer email, or whatever it is, and you can do that with complete confidence because you don't need busyness, for example, to try to convince yourself that you're doing something meaningful because you're making the sushi. Yeah. And that's what's meaningful. I mean, in deep work, I spent some time with a blacksmith that makes swords. I was like, what about, the question was, what about this resonates? Like, I have no interest in making swords. Like, I'm not going to live, he has this open air barn up near one of the Great Lakes where he sits in there, his name's Rick Furr, and hammers on these things. And he's a specialist in ancient methods. So, he really understands ancient steel and how to make swords. And I watched this documentary about him, and the question is, why does this resonate with everyone? And it's mastery. Right, he does this thing and he does it really well, and you can watch him do it, and his whole life is focused on, what at the moment, focused on this thing that he finds really important.
Yeah, and I think we've lost our connection with just how important that is, and I think that's a big reason why Free Solo was such a big deal. Did you see this documentary?
I haven't seen it yet, but I've written some about Alex. Yeah.
So Alex is a master. And that documentary, at its core, was really about a master in pursuit of mastery, in the most fundamental traditional way, and in a very tactile way in which the stakes could not be higher.
Yeah.
And I really believe that the movie is gripping, not just because he's hanging on by a fingernail on this wall, but because you're seeing somebody in real time pursue something with such pure, intentionality and purpose. And it's become a rarity.
And what's interesting about Alex is that for something like a month before his major climbs, he stops using social media.
Yeah.
Because
he's eliminated all distractions.
Yeah.
He's living incredibly minimally and intentionally. There's nothing in his life or in his van that doesn't serve the purpose that he seeks from his existence.
Yeah. But so that's pushing this idea to an extreme, but I think there's a core idea there that's so fundamental, which is doing something that's hard and that you find meaningful is a huge source of satisfaction. And that these other things, the busyness things, the things that push us towards our screens all the time, are in contrast to it. It gets in the way of it. I mean, he's okay, the fact that he's not on Facebook for this month before whatever. I don't think he worries about it for
no, and I think he would be a good example of a digital minimalist because he is on social media. He's on Instagram and he shares, but he does it in a healthy, appropriate way. Yeah.
So I love these stories. I mean, so I've written that Chronicle Higher Education article I was telling you about. It opens on this sort of emeritus professor at Stanford who's writing. He's been writing since the 60s, this sort of definitive series. It's called The Art of Computer Programming. He basically invented all the big ideas for algorithm theory. But he got rid of email in the 90s. He said, I'd used it for 20 years, and I think I've done enough. And so he has this setup where he has this assistant.
So he'd been using it he'd been using the early internet
because he's a computer scientist.
Right, I've been using it for 20 years. When everybody else is first discovering it, he's over it.
He's over it in 1992. He'd used it for 20 years. And so he says, this is what I care about. He has this great quote. He's like, for some people, their goal is to be on top of things. For me, I think my goal, where I most serve the world, is to be on the bottom of things. And so this is what I'm doing. I'm working on my books. And if you need to contact me, here's my mailing address at Stanford. It goes to his assistant, who goes through it all, prints it out, and once every 2 to 3 months, they sit down and they go through the things that have been mailed through. And it frustrates everyone. Like he says on his website, please stop emailing other professors in this department and trying to get them to, he's like, I will get very mad. I'm not going to answer you. Don't bother them to do that. And so, yeah, sure, he's missing out on opportunities and connections with this and that. But that's his solo El Capitan is this book series. And like,
Right.
I'm glad he's doing that.
Yeah, the
And-
world is better with him doing that than fielding emails.
Yeah, or Neil Stephenson, my other example, the novelist, right, the science fiction writer, who I really enjoy his work. He has this great famous essay called "Why I'm a Bad Correspondent," and he was saying, I know, I'm a sci-fi writer, so I know you're my fans, and you really want to interact with me. But he's like, if I do that, like if I'm doing emails or this or that, what do I end up with? I have a lot of these interactions that are only relevant to the people I'm talking to. So maybe like in 2 years, I talk to 1,000 people. But if I instead put that attention on writing a book, I could have a book that 100,000 people are going to read and it's going to last for decades and decades. And so like, I think that's a better use of my time, is focusing on doing one thing that's really important, as opposed to all these small things that have a little bit of value.
Yeah.
And so I love these examples. I mean, I think there should be more of this.
There's something inherently terrifying about making yourself difficult to reach. At least that's what I feel. Like that's what comes up for me when I start to think about what that
Yeah.
would be like if I was to take that leap.
You are.
And I don't know what from where that comes from. What is that about?
Well, one of the things I've discovered, I mean, I'm pretty hard to reach, is people don't get as mad as you would think. It seems to me that clarity is more important than accessibility. So what upsets people is if they're not sure whether or not they can get in touch with you, and they're not sure if you're going to respond or not. But I have this sort of, I call it a cinder filter, which is now a thing, right? Where it's like, okay, here's the different reasons. You can send messages to these addresses for these reasons, and here's what to expect. Like if you send things to this, like don't expect for me to respond. People don't actually get that mad because they have clarity. They're like, great, I know I have clear expectations. Like I know I can't
Right.
reach Cal for these type of things. I
But
know
also,
if I send them
people
this-
aren't entitled to connect with you.
Yeah, but people don't get as mad as you would think if it's clear. If it's like, I don't know, Neil Stephenson's like, I want to write books. Like, I'm sorry, you
Right.
can't reach me. And you're like, that's frustrating in the moment. But, people aren't mad at him about it. If on the other hand, like you are kind of accessible, but you sometimes answer and you sometimes don't. And you're like, well, why didn't you get back to me this time?
That's where I'm at. And it's created, a friend of mine says, Rich, you're in a constant state of free form, free flowing overwhelm.
Yeah.
It's like my persistent state.
Jackson
And I was
Pollock
like,
of overwhelm.
that is exactly true. And I have a very haphazard relationship with how I manage like what's coming in. Like sometimes I respond and sometimes I don't.
Yeah.
Sometimes I stare at that email inbox and I'm just like, I just can't, just forget it, man. I just feel like deleting the whole thing.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, then I'll sit down and respond for hours and hours and hours on another day.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure it. You know what I'm doing now? Is so in nonfiction writing, like there's a lot of people that no longer manage their own inboxes.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious. I've been gathering stories.
A lot of people are doing that.
Yeah.
They hire virtual assistants to do that.
Yeah, or just real assistants. I think it's not cheap,
Yeah.
but I've seen it, and I'm curious. So now I've been interviewing people just for my own edification. Like, how does this work logistically? But I'm seeing that more, where it's basically just, eventually you have to wipe your hands clean of it.
Yeah. But there is something inherently flawed about having to hire another human being to deal with a technology platform
Yeah.
on communication. That
Yeah.
doesn't seem efficient. I
Yeah.
mean, you're a computer person, right? Like,
Yeah.
doesn't that seem flawed?
Yeah, well, maybe what that's a recognition of is like in nonfiction writing now, if you're writing a certain type of book, I guess you're like a mini business.
Yeah.
And like any type of mini business is just going to have a big inflow. And eventually someone needs to manage it. But yeah, I agree, like fundamentally. If you have to hire, I mean, I wrote a piece about this a long time ago, this article where I contrasted two different entrepreneurs, and they both had the email overload problem. And I guess the one entrepreneur hired an assistant and trained him up and wrote this really long article about like an incredibly complicated system of how they did it and got to them the things they needed to respond to. And the other entrepreneur said, I don't do email. Right. It was kind of like an easy answer to the same problem. And they both ended up, they both
fine.
were both doing fine. They both were running sort of web-based brands like podcasts plus blogs, so like right in the type of work that sort of we're talking about here.
Yeah.
One guy said, you know what, here's my mailing address. And the other guy has this incredibly highly trained assistant and this sort of 20-page, instruction manual for how to deal with it. And you know what? Like they're both doing fine, and probably the cheaper option was option A. So maybe we'll see more of that as well. I mean, I basically do that. I don't have a general purpose public email address. Like there is no just like, I want to hear from you. Here's my address. I'm not on social media. Like there's really no way. It's very hard to get in touch with me sort of normally.
Yeah.
You can send me things, which I appreciate. Like people send me links and stuff, which I appreciate because I look at them. But it's very clear, like I'm not going to answer. And that's kind of it, right? Like if I have a book launch, my publicist is available for, you can contact my publicist. And for speaking, there's a speaking agent.
Right. So you have people that are fielding. Like my whole thing would be that I'm missing out on opportunities.
Yeah.
Maybe you are, maybe you aren't.
You
but
are,
I guess
yeah.
if somebody, if it's a real thing and it's important enough, somebody will figure out how to get in touch with you.
I did have that happen recently. I did.
You found out later, like
Yeah,
you
so
could have
I-
done
I-
this cool thing.
I did something for CBS this morning around this book. Because for this book there was like, there's a publicist address they can contact. But the producer was like, I'd read this thing of yours like a couple years ago, and I was like, oh, that's great. We should get him on the show. He's like, but I didn't know how to get in touch with you.
Right.
And so I was like, whatever. And
Right.
then now when this came up, like he had a way to do it. So yeah, that happens.
It requires some trust, right? And,
Yeah.
and a healthy relationship with FOMO.
But that's maximalism though. So if we go back to the minimalism maximalism sort of dichotomy, like maximalism is about not missing out on value.
Right. I'm going to spend hours and hours and hours scrolling,
So I don't miss CBS.
just so they're that one thing.
Yeah,
You know.
that's maximalism, right? Because maximalism says if I'm missing out on something valuable, it's almost like someone took that value from me. It's like someone took that out of my pocket, and I don't want to lose things. Minimalism says, well, I already know for sure that my books are really impactful, and working really hard on this book is going to make a big difference. And I already know for sure that like I do these articles, and these are really, and so I want to put all my energy there. And so minimalism would say, what you get from missing out on some of those opportunities is that you're able to put more energy on the things that are more valuable. But
Right.
because those give you such a high return, that energy is going to give you a high return. You end up better off.
Right. As long as you really are taking that time to do the deep work and you're not
Yeah.
becoming a dilettante.
Which is why I'm not on social media because I don't trust myself. Got to get rid of the temptations.
All right. Well, let's round this out with maybe some practical takeaways for people. So if somebody's listening to this and they're like, okay, I'm inspired. I'm gonna pick up the book. I'm gonna check it out. Like, what are some things that I could do today though that might improve the quality of my existence? Like some simple things that
Yeah.
are easily implementable.
So if you're contemplating making the shift to digital minimalism, there's some things you can do to kind of get in shape before you consider the big 30-day transformation. So 3 things. 1, take off your phone, anything where someone makes money every time you tap on it. So you don't have to quit anything. You're not losing access to anything, but you just can't have it as a default thing on your phone. You have to go to your...
Doesn't somebody make money off anything that's on your phone though? At
Well,
any
okay,
time?
where someone makes money off your attention every time that screen is open. So basically like social media, online news feeds. Take that off your phone. That alone is going to make a big difference. 2, introduce solitude back into your life. So just try once a day to do something where you don't have your phone with you, or the phone is with you, but in a mode where it's in the bottom of your bag and then do not disturb or something like this. So just your brain starts to get a little bit of breathing room. And 3 is start aggressively reinvestigating the type of high quality analog leisure activities that our grandfathers and grandmothers used to do when they had downtime. Start introducing that back into your life, just getting a taste again for these sort of higher startup cost type activities that give you more meaning. All of that gets you in shape so that if and when you decide to do the big 30-day marathon, it's going to be a lot less terrifying.
Right. That's pretty good advice. Do you listen to audiobooks or podcasts?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. I like podcasts.
You do?
Yeah. Been doing them for a long time.
Yeah. Cool, man. I really enjoyed this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You are doing the deep work. This is, I really think that that this issue is really the epidemic of our time. I mean, we have a lot of problems culturally right now, but I think we're only going to see the maturation, the long-term impact of our relationship with these mobile devices and technology in general is going to continue to manifest in malignant ways. So I really appreciate you being, the sound of reason and caution in the context of this conversation. I think we're going to see more and more people speaking out about this, and hopefully innovating new ways, healthier ways through all of this, because technology is certainly not going away.
Yeah. I mean, we need philosophies, and so digital minimalism is one. But yeah, I think that would be the bigger legacy. It's not that everyone becomes a digital minimalist, but that other people start thinking, if not that, then what?
Right. We need a Manhattan Project around this, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if anything like that is going on. Like, where's the Council of Digital Minimalists getting together to, debate the future of technology? But I certainly see wisdom in compiling just such a group of people.
Yeah. Well, good. Well, I share
So
your-
get on that.
I'm working on it. Yeah.
All right, good.
Yeah.
Well, Tristan Harris, of course.
Yeah, he's got a
there,
nonprofit. They're doing
yeah.
this. Yeah, they're working on this. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. All right, man. So thank you so much. Pick up the book, Digital Minimalism. If you want to connect with Cal, you can't. It's impossible
Just
to do so.
try to get to me through Rich, right?
You can hit me up,
Yeah.
and maybe I'll read it, maybe I won't. I'm impacted by today, so I'm really going to start looking at ways that I can change my own behavior around these things.
Yeah.
Cool.
Great. Thanks.
All right, man. Digital Minimalism, Deep Work, all the other books, calnewport.com. Check them out. Thanks, man.
Yep.
Peace.
Five left. They're rushing. We need a medic here.
Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for driving all the way out here.
My pleasure. Thanks for
I
having
wanted
me.
to do this for a long time. We've known each other for many years. I for some reason, I thought it was 7 or 8, but we were talking before the podcast. I guess it's been like 10 years.
Yeah.
Not that we're hanging out all the time, but you pop in from time to time.
Well, we have a lot of mutual
friends.
friends and mutual. We're both on this planet, so
That's right. We are on the spinning blue globe together. We're all in it together,
we
man.
are.
And it's just been so cool to see, this evolution of your career. I mean, my Lord, not that you weren't working constantly before Bosch, because you have the longest IMDb in the history of acting. But Bosch has really foisted you into the mainstream as this leading man in such a prominent way. I mean, I can't go anywhere without seeing a massive billboard of your face. It's crazy.
They do their job. I mean, that's probably unsettling for a lot of people too. Certainly, my enemies would find it
Or your
unsettling.
kids.
My
I know
kids.
everywhere I go, my dad is staring down at me.
Yeah, they don't, and I make a conscious effort when the show, because the billboards typically come out a couple of weeks before the show comes on.
Mm-hmm.
And they, every major city, they're on the sides of buildings, and here in Hollywood. So I make a conscious effort of avoiding areas where those, because God forbid
Stay
I'd be
away from
seen.
Times Square.
Yeah, I don't want to be seen within proximity of one of my billboards, because I know somebody will drive by and go what a self-serving,
As if it was your
narcissist.
idea.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But the good thing is that you can't go in and out of LAX without seeing the big billboards. They really do their job of publicizing and getting the word out there about the show. So in that way, I'm eternally grateful for that.
Well, you must have good relationships with cops these days, and
Yeah.
customs agent, like anybody who's in sort of some form of law enforcement.
Yeah.
You get a pass. You get pulled. Have you been pulled over and let out of a ticket?
No, fortunately, I haven't. And the one thing I do have is quite often is the cops will roll up on me in their patrol cars when I'm driving and say hello.
Give the nod.
The nice thing about that, I mean, I've played a lot of cops in my career from different cities and places, and growing up had friends who became cops, and I've always kind of had that connection to law enforcement, and they're very supportive of the show. And I think one of the, long before we ever did the show, the books were extremely successful, and I think part of which speaks to that is the fact that, particularly with the show, it's very grounded in reality. I don't drive a Porsche, and I don't have, I'm not like James Bond jumping in and out of bed with with different women and
You got a
things.
cool house, though.
He's got a cool house. He has the very cool house. And of course, that's sort of the great metaphor of being kind of the eagle's nest for a guy who is sort
Surveying
of
the city.
surveying the city and all that's good and bad in it. But cops like it because it's no nonsense. And I've even said to cops, God, this is what you do for a living. So I can't imagine that after a day of being, a robbery homicide detective, seeing the worst of the worst in the world, that you want to go home and crack a beer and a bag of chips and put your feet up and watch a procedural law drama. But the thing is that our show really, it's not like Law and Order. It doesn't have the thing where Bosch kind of catches the case at the beginning, works the case through the middle of the show, and then gets the bad guy by the end. I mean, we have 10 episodes.
There are novels.
Yeah, and so that's just the structure of the show. The narrative is much more like reading a novel. Each episode really serves more as a purpose of being like a chapter in a book, and we all ingest literature at different paces. And in the same way, I think now with this whole binge watching notion, see as little or as much as you want. And there are certain things that I'll watch where, as much as I want to get through it because it's so good, I really try to kind of savor sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, Stranger Things was so difficult because it was so engaging that I couldn't pull away from it.
Right, you want to just rip through it.
Want to go through it, but then if I would do more than 2 episodes, I was like a bad kid that ate too much cake,
Right.
Then I'd feel kind of shamed, which of course speaks to many
Well,
different...
I feel I like that immersive experience,
I do too.
and I really prefer the kind of shows that unfurl themselves slowly and take their time. And I will go so far as to, for shows that aren't all online at the same time, where they eke them out week by week, I'll wait until the season's over
Yeah, I do
and
the
then
same
start
thing.
it, because I don't want to wait a week and then forget what happened and have to reboot myself to get into it again. So it is like reading a book.
Yeah. No, I do. I absolutely do that the same way. If it's there's certain network shows that my daughter and I, we'll watch together, and that's sort of the, and then it can come on, then you can watch it on demand when you want to. But anything that's on Amazon or Netflix or Hulu, that doesn't come out, drop all at once, I'll wait. I'll just wait because I want to be able to have that choice.
Right.
Which is, we live in the society of serious attention deficit and impatience, but that's okay.
Right. Well, the unanimous consensus is that, never has there been a character that fit an actor more like a glove than Hieronymus Bosch with you. Even so far as, Stephen King, publicly saying it on Twitter. I mean, this is like everybody sees you so closely identified with this character from these many books that Michael Connelly wrote. I mean, how do you approach that? Like, how did you figure out how to inhabit that person with that level of authenticity?
Well, there's always the sort of background, research, cop stuff, how to get in and out of the car, and weapons handling, and
Did you spend a ton of time? I mean, over your career, you've probably
I've
spent
played
tons
enough
of time.
cops that that part of it was kind of there. But the thing that hooked me into this character was the humanity of him. I mean, he's an anti-hero. He's a quintessential anti-hero. He's flawed. There's a profound kind of sadness to the character. There are definitely certain similarities in that way that made that character that I responded to him, because I saw him as a vulnerable, a strong guy with a really good moral compass, but a person who's kind of broken to a certain degree. And I think that I identify with that because I'm broken to a certain degree. I sustained a lot of personal tragedy in my life, and so I understand that that loss and how you navigate that. Now, how I navigate it and how Harry has navigated it are two very, very different things, but I understand it, and so I think that enabled me to have a real beat on
Right.
who he is.
But I've heard you say that you try not to bring yourself to a character because that's not acting. But inevitably, given we're going to talk about your history and all of that, but your life experience informs how you're going to inhabit this person.
Well, no, I guess to clarify that, it's more of as an actor, what I learned early on when I was particularly studying the method at the Strasberg Institute was that to use experiences from my own life to sort of move myself in that direction performance-wise, and then to try to perform, was that all that I ultimately was doing was I was reliving a very painful memory, and then when I would try to act, I was so completely detached from the character and so connected to my own personal pain that I didn't feel like I was acting, and it felt it didn't feel safe to me. It didn't feel good to me. And not that all acting has to be safe. I mean, I think it's about stepping out and taking certain risks. But then again, I think risk in acting is a very misused word, because it's acting, right? It's pretend. I mean, what is that? So if you're
The
playing
risk is in the vulnerability.
Exactly. But I think, if you're playing a guy who's got a broken arm, you don't need to go break your arm so that you understand that. You can, or playing a character that's overweight. I've done that. I've gained like 65 pounds for a role, and that's a different thing. Part of it was because I knew that with that weight that I was going to move differently, that I would breathe differently, that I would certainly look different. And of course, I was young when I did that. I would be less inclined to do some kind of a crazy. Well, at my age, it's a little bit stupid to put on 65 pounds for a part. Yeah, I could do it, but
You're rocking the huge beard right now.
Yeah, well, that's the weight I've gained. But I found that early on that it wasn't something that was really servicing me as an actor. And then I met David Mamet, the playwright, and I studied with him. And something that I learned from him is the process, which he sort of, his technique, for lack of a better word, was kind of a bastardized version of the Sanford Meisner thing. But within that, you, rather than taking something from your own personal life experience, you would create an as-if scenario as it relates to the action of what the character is literally doing on the page. And I found that serviced me really well and consistently in performing, because that's what it's about. I mean, there's always the worry. You're doing a play or something, which is, obviously it's a very different medium than film, but you arrive at that place where the king has been killed and you have to mourn him, and how do you arrive at that place every night where and what I kind of realized was that to demonstrate emotion, certainly pain and anguish, didn't necessarily have to translate as tears, which presented a whole new bunch of questions for me as an actor. And I just find also that when the writing is really good, and when you're working with across the table from another actor, and that focus and concentration is on each other to sort of take the attention off yourself and put it on the other person, and the writing is good, you don't have to necessarily work as hard. It becomes, it sort of happens organically to a certain degree, because you just kind of invest in that moment in these imaginary circumstances, and they kind of have their own life. Right. You have control over it, but that's just for me. I have many friends who are deeply steeped in the method world, and they work that way, and they navigate it really well.
It's got to be exhausting, though.
Yeah, I mean, under any circumstances, when you put, because people say to me, "Oh, when you come home after a day of working on Bosch, are you depressed?" And I say, "No, because I'm acting. I'm able to separate that. Now, is the material heavy? Are there scenes that are harder to play than others, particularly when they, within circumstances of dealing with tragedy? Sure, but I don't carry that necessarily home. It affects me in the moment when I'm playing the scene, but I'm not dragging my feet when I come home because I've had to shoot a scene where I'm doing a notification, a death notification to a victim's family.
Right. Were you part of Mammoth's theater company?
All my classmates were.
Were they? Wow.
I don't know. I was always one of those guys that wasn't big on clubs and things like that.
Yeah.
And that whole thing was kind of birthed out of one of Mammoth's. He had a great knack for throwing challenges out, and because we were all sort of eager to please, he said one day, "Who in here wants to start a theater company, and who wants to write a book about this technique?" So everybody shot their hands up, and I might have been the only one who just sort of kept my hands on my lap, because my thing was, there were a couple of companies that came out of NYU. There was the Atlantic Theater Company with Mammoth, and then there was the Naked Angels Company that also came out of there, and we were all in the same class. And my thing was that I was really interested in doing the work as an actor and working with these companies, but I'm not a political person. And so I didn't want to be involved with that process of decision making and the kind of infighting that goes in and power struggles and things. I'm not interested in that. I like to show up and do my thing and be and not be a part of that.
Right, but it had to be amazing though at the early stages of that to be with Mammoth. I mean, you've worked with some amazing writers, but to be with a master and develop that appreciation and respect for the written text when well done.
Well, that completely. It's not that I didn't have respect for writers before that, but it gave me an opportunity and then the tools to really have a different understanding of the process as an actor when you're interacting with the writing, and how to me, I felt like it became sort of a personal challenge. And then to go from working with Mammoth to working with another great writer like David Milch,
Right.
It really informed a lot about how I wanted to act and how I wanted to relate to writers, and also the protection of the writing, but also the challenge of trying to beat the page. I always sort of feel like when somebody puts a great piece of writing in front of you as an actor, it's kind of your job to not only facilitate the writer's vision to the best of your ability, but to kind of get in there and kind of kick its ass a little bit at the same time, and maybe do something, bring some nuance to that the writer might never have considered.
In terms of language or like inflection, like how you're embodying
Intention, intention of or how to demonstrate the writer's intention by kind of making it your own.
Right.
And I've had those moments, and those are really winning moments where I've been doing something with David, and would complete a scene and have David, Milch say, I didn't consider, I didn't consider this, and I didn't consider that. What made
like
you think of
personal
that?
Victory.
Yeah. And it is, but it's also becomes, then it feels more like a collaboration. And I certainly have that on Bosch with Tom Bernardo and Eric Overmeyer and Daniel Pine and all of these great writers. And of course, Michael Connolly being the center of it all. Any kind of Bosch questions that have ever come up or ideas, I always would run them up the flagpole with Michael and discuss them. Is this a place that we can go? Does this resonate? Does this seem like Bosch? And he, now that being said, I didn't feel like I needed to make gigantic changes to this character. There were just some little things to make it a little bit more personal in my interpretation, because we already had to change his age and things like that, and we don't follow the books chronologically, so we kind of move all over the place. And Michael has always been really receptive to that, and there's no ego. It's not ego driven in that way. You know, I mean, and I've come up with things where he said, I like that idea, but I don't. It doesn't seem like a Harry thing. Fortunately, it hasn't been all that often, but I'm also not going to him all the time and saying, you know, can he drive a black Porsche?
Yeah.
And, you know, and wear leisure suits, and I don't know where that came from.
But things
I
you
never
feel
wore a
would
leisure
be
suit in my
germane to something that Bosch would do.
Yeah, and the Harry of the show is, you know, the thing that I've always held fast to, no pun intended, was to really maintain the integrity and the core of who that character is in the books, because he's so perfectly realized. And I get to the point now where there'll be certain bits of dialogue that'll come across in scripts, and I'll tweak it, because to me, it's, while it might be a great piece of dialogue in that moment, there's just things that need
Something
to be
that's not quite right.
moved around a little bit in order for it to feel like it's coming out of his mouth.
This could go on forever. I mean, Connolly, you know, is so prolific. What, he's written like 32 novels or something.
Yeah.
How many? There's like 20 Bosch books.
21, I believe,
Right.
Bosch books.
I mean, you could
And a new one coming out.
This could just be, you know, go on ad infinitum. I mean,
Well,
you're going into season 6,
Season
right?
6.
When do you start shooting that?
We start shooting that in August. But, you know, Mike said recently, somebody asked him, and I don't remember where the question popped up, but asked him how much longer, how many more Bosch books he'll write, because now he's brought in this new character, this other detective, Renee Ballard, and she,
That will be the last. Let's get ready for more.
Energy collected. Energy cap upgraded.
Damn it! Ah, wrecked 'em! Rebuild and get ready for more!
Energy cap prepared. Tap the energy cap!
Locked and loaded. Don't mind if I do. We've got company!
Sentry is up. Sentry repaired. Sentry is up.
Damn it, I'm down!
Barrier deployed.
Little help here! I see you! Yeah, let's go! Wasn't me! Damaging the tank!
Barrier deployed.
Shepherd down! Coming! Hell yeah!
Sentry repaired.
Oh yeah!
Revive me.
Oh yeah! You can't stop this!
Barrier repaired.
Here we go! Juicy! On my way!
Deployed.
Oh yeah! You can't stop this!
Sentry reloaded.
Check him out! Mr. Ugly's uglier! Gotcha! Yeah, let's go!
PR1 mark.
Locked and loaded. Oh, this is my shit right here. Down your weapon.
Don't think they saw that one coming. Coming.
Good to go. Check him out. Mr. Ugly's uglier.
Shepherd destroyed.
got it.
Ready to go.
Down they go!
Barrier deployed.
Ah, in your ugly face! Shepard destroyed! On you! I don't want to die!
Did he buy?
That's one.
Oh, shit, I'm hurt.
One dead Shepherd. Sentry repaired. Let's shoot.
I got this! Oh, fuck yeah! Shepard destroyed!
Oh, yeah.
Sentry is empty. Good shooting.
Sector destroyed. Oh, yeah, this is it. This is my moment. Yeah!
Like me.
The tap's nearly destroyed! Oh, this isn't good. We've got 30 seconds for reinforcements. Energy tap upgraded.
Oh, yeah! Oh, nailed it!
Now we're talking.
Come on, don't do that to me now!
Hell yeah.
Don't mind if I do.
Time's up. Let's do this. Energy tap repaired. Barrier repaired.
not really.
Hey, get back here!
Perfect! Got it! Look! I got one! Check him out! Mr. Ugly's uglier! I got this!
Sniper!
That's one sniper! That was beautiful, baby! Lock the room. Oh, fuck yeah!
Energy tap is full.
Shit. No, one's mine.
Barrier upgraded. Everyone all right? This ain't over yet.
Energy collector. Oh, yeah.
Barriers upgraded.
Energy tap upgrade.
Barrier repaired.
Mine now.
Energy tap repaired. Hostiles are closing in! Time to fight! Barrier repaired! Sentry reloaded!
Look what I found!
Ready to go!
I could do that all night long. Here we go!
Come get me!
Oh, this sucks! Oh, you're dead! Hoorah!
Heavy incoming! Oh man! What happened? That's
Oh, yeah! You can't stop this! Yeah, that's right!
Sentry reloaded!
Friendly fire!
Barrier repaired!
Oh, yeah, this is it! This is my moment! Yeah! One dead grub. Here we go! Check him out! Mr. Ugly's uglier! Ready to go! Wait, I'm out? Sniper! 5 left!
More left!
Out of the way! Only 1 left!
Barrier deployed!
Breaking the cell.
Sentry reloaded.
Sniper!
Flashbang! Yeah, that's right.
Check him out. Mr. Ugly Duckling.
Oh yeah. Juicy. 5 left.
I'm in the zone.
Don't give up yet. Tap empty.
Hey, we've got 30 seconds till reinforcements.
Energy staff prepared.
Yes, please.
Tap's taking damage.
Barrier repaired.
Oh yeah.
Barrier repaired.
Time's up. Barrier repaired.
Sentry reloaded. Energy tap repaired. Barrier repaired.
Here we go. Take that. One dead sniper.
Barrier repaired. Sentry repaired.
That was beautiful, baby. Shit, yeah.
Sentry upgraded.
Oh man.
Sentry is up.
Hoorah. Oh yeah, I'll take that.
Ready to go. Sentry is up.
Die, die, die! Oh yeah, this is it! This is my moment! Yeah! Oh, nailed it!
Good work. Sentry reloaded. Ah, shit, I'm hurt. On your feet, motherfucker. Energy tap is full.
Energy collected.
Energy tap upgraded. Oh shit! Do you guys hear that? Or is it just me?
Decoy upgraded.
Tap empty. Protect the energy tap! Yeah, perfect! Yes, please!
Sentry reloaded. Decoy deployed.
this!
Oh, it's empty.
Bring it!
Oh yeah, this is it. This is my moment. Yeah!
Yeah, that's right!
Sentry reloaded.
Only 4 more! Oh yeah, you can't stop this!
Sentry reloaded.
Revive me!
Sentry repaired.
Shock out!
Sentry reloaded.
Thanks, Jack. Throwing shock! Bring it! Yeah, nice one. Yeah, nice one.
Easy. Nomad underrated.